Hello everybody, hopefully everyone can hear me. I shall keep an eye on the chat until I get confirmation that people are in fact able to hear me. Hello, right, okay, well people at least can see me if nothing else, so that's a start. Right, so for those of you not aware, this is obviously the Patreon live stream option, so this is where we get the alt history questions etc out of the way first, and then once we've done that we will go into the questions from chat. So let's get on with those Patreon questions first. Hello to everybody, and yes, well, it's oh yeah, it is actually I thought, of course there were fireworks last night. Yes, it is in fact the 1st of January 2022, and well, not on fire, which makes a change. James Barker starts off the questions with, he says, I know you've done versus videos before, but how about your battleship top 10? If they're going to go head-to-head one-on-one, how do you see them stacking up? Now, see, this is a question which perennially comes up, but I personally do not think, once you consider it in any kind of realistic measure, actually has a straight answer. Because when you're talking about the top 10 battleships, almost everything depends on what year are you setting it in and what weather conditions are you setting it in. Because, you know, if you were to say take something like Iowa or Vanguard and put it up against Bismarck, well, Bismarck sank in 1941. Vanguard and Iowa were both around after World War II. Both of the latter ships are going to have an absolutely colossal technological advantage over Bismarck, which makes anything else not entirely academic, but almost. Whereas conversely, you know, something like with Yamato, if you took, again, let's say taking Vanguard and Iowa, and you said, okay, we're going to put Vanguard or Iowa up against Yamato in a flat calm in the middle of the day, no wind, no real waves, no mist, no cloud, just nice bright sunshine, so effectively fantastic conditions for optical range finding, Yamato has a disturbingly good chance. Whereas if you use perhaps more realistic sea conditions, or you put the combat in the middle of the night, Yamato has very little chance. So, I mean, that's apart from the fact that obviously Yamato is sunk in during World War II, whereas you can pick, you know, you can pick Vanguard from 1945, you can pick Vanguard from 1950, 1955, you can pick Iowa from, you know, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, or indeed, as a few people are pointing out, you know, you can even pick Iowa from the Gulf War, at which point she launched tomahawks at people. So, yeah, it's not exactly. I don't think it's anything you can answer honestly without invoking huge amounts of national bias, unless you're incredibly specific about the time and the conditions that you're setting. And of course, that then runs into issues of, you know, you can't really put, if you're being completely fair, you can't compare something like Vanguard and Bismarck, because the two ships were never contemporaneous. They're 4 or 5 years apart, which in the 1940s is a basically insurmountable gap, technologically speaking. So, yeah, that's my general view on those matters. Stephen Rizika asks, the Battle of the River Plate changed Exeter, Achilles and Ajax with the 3 Dutch cruisers Java, Sumatra and De Ruyter. Unfortunately for the Dutch, that is not going to end very well. Mainly because, okay, the 3 British cruisers at the River Plate weren't exactly the largest representatives of their type, but neither are Java, Sumatra and De Ruyter. And between them, the British contingent has more and heavier guns than the Dutch contingent that are replacing them. And especially Exeter, with its 8-inch guns, which were able to threaten all aspects of Graf Spee and did a fair bit of damage to her with various hits. Now, let's not say the 6-inch guns did no damage, but the 6-inch guns weren't able to affect the most heavily armoured sections of Graf Spee. So the Dutch contingent is going to be facing the problem of, again, some of the more delicate bits that are hidden behind Graf Spee's thickest armour aren't going to be accessible to them. They don't have as many guns to use in the first place, and you've... and as I say, they're not exactly the world's most durable ships. So, unfortunately, the River Plate with Java, Sumatra and De Ruyter, Graf Spee stands a reasonable chance of winning. The Judge 2017. Which naval game best replicates naval combat in World War II? The two main factors of how to judge games would be controlling a ship and using the guns to fight back. Who does this the most realistically? It's a difficult one because, of course, you know, controlling a ship in actual combat involves thousands of men for battleships, hundreds of men for most other ships, which is going to make replicating you controlling the ship a very different experience to what it was actually like at the time. Obviously, some games do it in a more arcade sense, other games do it in a more realistic way. For example, something like Atlantic Fleet, while I do have issues with some of their damage modelling, Atlantic Fleet does a relatively good representation of the uncertainties of range finding, even if it is a bit turn-based. Whereas, so we say something like Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, actually, of all of the games that I personally played, and bear in mind I haven't played all of them, but Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts seems to have the most realistic depiction of actual gun ranges and hit chances. So, you know, in most games, they will either artificially shorten the range or artificially extend and increase your ability to focus and zoom in order to, you know, actually have something to shoot at. Whereas if you played a game of Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts and you've set the settings realistically, you'll know that a lot of the time the first thing you'll know about an enemy ship is when a bunch of shells come screaming out of the sky. And if you maintain a semi-realistic view from your ship, most of what you're going to see in any realistic action, at least in a battleship engagement, is a tiny speck out on the horizon towards which your shells are heading and from which their shells are coming in. Now, obviously, you can use the game camera to go and actually physically have a look at what's going on. So, I think all the different games do different parts more or less realistically. At the moment, I quite like Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, but again, I have a limited sample range. I haven't played all World War II naval combat games. Some people there say War on the Sea from Atlantic Fleet's developer is really good. They say, I haven't played it, so I don't know, but I'll take your word for it. Candor says, you're given a budget within a rough order of magnitude of a pair of treaty battleships. So in Brentley Report, we talk about £6 to £8 million, I think. What investment would you make for each World War II Navy in 1935 to improve logistics, infrastructure and supply for the coming conflict? Okay. So I'm not making weapons, I'm not making ships, it's the logistics, infrastructure and supply areas. Well, I mean, I can kind of twist that a little bit in terms of if I was in 1935, I would just probably, say for the Royal Navy, I would plough a significant amount of that funding into enhancing and standardising on the 4.5-inch gun. Because it's still early enough, I could probably convince people to give the King George V's a Queen Elizabeth Valiant or Renown style 10 twin 4.5-inch gun mounting arm a secondary battery. And it's just about early enough again that something like, say, the Tribals and the JKs, LMs, etc., basically the big pre-war and immediately start of the war British destroyers could also then have a 4.5 proper dual purpose weapon instead of having to make do with a 4.7. That's probably the single. I mean, and that's an improvement in logistics as well, because instead of having to supply 4-inch, 4.7 inch, 4.5 inch, 5.25 inch, etc., and all the spare parts for 50 billion different gun variants, I can simplify everything and say, no, everyone has a 4.5 inch gun and 4.5 inch shells. Live with it. Other than that, for the British, you just really want to reopen a bunch of shipyards that got shut down due to the Washington Treaty and the Great Depression. So you've got more build and refit capacity available, especially the refit capacity, because there's still time in 1935, if it takes you a year or two to reopen the slipways and the dry docks in a disused yard, there's still time to modernise at least one wave of ships. Let's see, if I was going to do it for the others... So the Japanese actually have a relatively standardised logistics network. It's just not a lot of it. So if you're going to improve logistics infrastructure and supply, the two things you can probably do best for the Japanese is either to try and mass produce, beg, borrow, steal, or buy a lot of merchant ships to act as ablative armour for the rest of your cargo fleet. Or the other option, I guess at that point would be, if you're looking at it purely from that supply side of things, so replacing the 25mm that's a tactical thing. It's the weapons, it's not the logistics. I mean, you could try and get a few more yards in. But the thing is, Japan's economy is pretty much tapped out in terms of what it can support at that point. The US, it has pretty good logistics infrastructure and supply. About the one thing you would probably do with that amount of money in 35 would be to build a bunch more fast fleet oilers. That would give the US Navy far more tactical flexibility in the opening years of the war. For the Germans, again, you'd have to build some shipyards, although it's difficult for the Germans because of the time it takes you to actually build shipyards as opposed to reopening old and reconditioning old ones. You'll probably get that job done just in time for the war to start, and then it's not really worth it anyway. Dr. Clark saying set up a 40mm barrel and shell manufacture capability. Yeah, I suppose I'd say that's probably bordering on the edges of making decisions about weapons supplies rather than the back end of things. It is the back end of things, but also it's for a specific weapon. Carl von Gazebo pointing out for the Japanese, yes, a better pilot training program. Perhaps just a larger pilot training program. Primark 359 says, if Hitler after Pearl Harbor had instead declared war on Japan and tried to claim that surprise attacks are unconscionable to him, well, no one would have believed him at that point. Is there anything that the Kriegsmarine could do in the Pacific to help versus the Japanese? Could they make any contribution to, say, ABDA Command releasing some Dutch assets that they had captured? Or is there nothing they could do to convince FDR that we're on your side? I mean, given that they're at war, still at war in late 41 with the British, yeah, there isn't anything the Kriegsmarine can reasonably do at that point to help the US, because the US is going to look at the equation and go, okay, well, the Kriegsmarine is fundamentally smaller than the Royal Navy in the first place, and anything they manage to get fighting past the Royal Navy and surviving the trip to Japan is going to be of relatively limited numbers as compared to what the British can put on the table to help. And then they're going to just go, well, which one is better? Obviously the British, therefore we can't accept the Kriegsmarine as help even if they have any to offer, because it would mean losing out on the greater contribution of the Royal Navy. If Germany has somehow managed to declare peace with Britain in 1941, so basically the European part of World War II isn't happening, and it's purely now a Pacific theatre issue, then there is a lot more that the Germans could do to help, because if Europe is at peace, then, well, as we've seen in this Wednesday's video, if the Germans can show up with a fleet of U-boats, particularly, I guess, in the Pacific, the Type 9s, with actual functioning working torpedoes, that's going to be of a significant help in knocking the Japanese Navy back in 1942. Whiskey Delta Golf has truly embraced the insanity. It says, alternate history. On December 6th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy, the Navy of Japan, whilst preparing for its attack on the United States, was suddenly and deliberately attacked by the naval and air forces of the Army of Japan. So if the Japanese Army's naval forces adopt the maxim of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, ally with the US against the Japanese Navy, how will the early stages of the war play out, assuming the Emperor or his government don't intervene to stop the fighting? Well, to be fair, on December the 6th, there's not a lot that the Japanese army can do other than warn the US and hope they're taken seriously that the Japanese Navy is about to attack Pearl Harbor, because by that point the Japanese fleet is miles and miles and miles away from Japan. But, I mean, other than that, it's the Japanese army. They have the preponderance of troops on land. They can besiege any Japanese Navy-held ports. They'll take them over in fairly short order, at which point the Japanese Navy has exactly as long as it has fuel in its tanks to do anything. So even if Pearl Harbor goes ahead, the war is going to be between the Japanese Army and the Japanese Navy is going to be over in about a month or so, which will be when the last Japanese Navy ships run out of fuel and are no longer functional. Just copying a couple of questions out. Kaz Talon, if muzzle-loading big guns remain prominent over breech-loading guns, how do you think Dreadnought all-big gun ships would have still been practical, or would the idea have been approached at all considering the limited loading methods, or would pre-Dreadnoughts have simply gotten bigger and more evolved in variety with their small guns as time went on? Okay, so if their big ships are... If your big guns are limited to still muzzle-loading, that means a few important things. One, you can't do super firing. Two, especially once you get the longer barrel weapons, you probably can't even do significant amounts of fore and aft turret layout. So if you look at, say, something like Dreadnought, the aft two turrets aren't super firing, they're one after the other. But when you consider the mechanisms and the hydraulic ram lengths you'd need to ram a shell home in a 45 caliber length 12-inch gun, where are you going to put those loading mechanisms if you have another turret that's anywhere close to that turret? So the best you can probably hope for in terms of your all big gun ships would be maybe, actually ironically enough, a layout a bit like the Helgolands or the Nassau's, i.e. the hexagonal turret layout, because you could then, in theory, have a loading ram mechanism below decks, forward and aft of the fore and aft turrets, and a mechanism running fore and aft of the wing turrets. So I suppose at that point you could either do the wing turrets close together, facing opposite directions, with the loading mechanisms running fore and aft of the guns, or you could have the wing turrets sort of forward abreast of the bridge and aft almost abreast of the rear turret, and then have a pair of opposite facing loading mechanisms amidships. But that would be really awkward, and also it would be incredibly difficult to pull off, because the sheer length that you'd have to armour, especially the bow and the stern, and the height above the water where that armour would have to be, you'd probably end up never getting the high freeboard style that characterises most pre-dreadnoughts and, of course, dreadnoughts. because putting armour that high above the waterline just isn't going to work stability-wise. So you're going to end up with something that looks like Devastation or Thunderer or the 1890s version of Hood, with a really, really low freeboard. And even then, with the fact that your turret's loading mechanisms take up such a length of the ship, I can't see ships in combat remaining viable for particularly long periods of time, simply because any hit practically anywhere on the hull has a fairly strong possibility of disrupting or breaking your loading mechanisms, at which point obviously then the gun's going to stop working. So that would be an absolute limit for all big gun ships. Otherwise, I mean, the problem is, if you're using muzzle loaders, big guns themselves start to become very, very impractical on anything other than a sort of an inflexible style, an echelon 2-turret amidships vessel, simply because of the sheer length of the loading mechanism that you need for a 40, 45 or 50 caliber gun. They were barely practical when guns were 25 or 30 calibers long. So I think, yeah, you'd see some kind of horrific cross hybrid that will probably actually resemble the 1890s HMS Hood. Avoid she snows. Due to hand wavium, Germany and Japan have the resources to not start the war until December 7th, 1943. Okay, so oil and stuff, I suppose. And the United States keeps its fast battleships in mainland harbours now. How does this change the naval progress of the war? So, naval-wise, it's actually worse. Definitely worse for Germany, because by 43 they're probably just about commissioning or having just commissioned the H-39s, which is all well and good. They've got 2 more fast battleships, but by that point the British will have completed all of the King George V's, probably at least Vanguard, if not 2 Vanguards, and end of 43 you're also probably talking about at least the first 2 Lions, if not maybe the first 4, also all being completed, not to mention obviously carriers and cruisers and etc, etc, etc. The German naval building program just wasn't that large, fiction, sort of semi-fictional Z-plan ambitions aside. So for Germany it's very, very bad, because they basically they now have a fleet of 6 battleships. The Royal Navy has built more than 6 battleships in that time and has its pre-existing fleet anyway. And for Japan, they're in a slightly better position, mostly just because of the fact the standards can't keep up with a modern fast battle fleet, and the Pacific is very big. But the Japanese will have Taiho in service, possibly their next wave of armoured carriers that they were planning to build would be Taiho's successors. Obviously Yamato and Musashi will be fully operational, possibly Shinano and the 4th Yamato might also be operational. Shikaku and Zuikaku obviously be worked up, etc. But so basically the Japanese Navy overall, it has a much bigger, much more threatening build program than the Kriegsmarine does for that kind of completion date. Of course, for the US, it means that all the North Carolinas, well, both of them, the South Dakotas are going to be all operational. The Iowas are not going to be too far away. The first Essexes are going to be in the water. So, it's not good for Japan, but it could make the opening stages of the war considerably bloodier in the Pacific, simply because both sides will have very large and very competent navies, but very little practical actual war experience, which means they're going to start, you look at something like Coral Sea, or the opening stages of Guadalcanal to see just how much they're going to tear strips off of each other, until obviously eventually, because the US can replace ship losses and the Japanese can't so much, eventually the Japanese fleet is just going to be attritioned away apart from anything else. Just quickly swinging by Stephen Richards' question, he says, when you talk about the Vickers 14-inch gun, do you do it with a tongue-in-cheek and a chuckle in your voice? I take it you don't think much of it. I mean, there's not a tremendous amount wrong per se with the Vickers 14-inch gun. It's just that the Vickers were possibly the single most aggressive gun salesman of the period. They tried to push it on practically everything. And simultaneously got it on virtually nothing. That's the funny thing. It's literally almost every meeting that the Royal Navy or any navy that's contracting with Vickers Armstrong or any British shipyard is having in the run-up to World War One. You can guarantee someone from Vickers has slipped a "Do you want a 14-inch gun" pamphlet in there somewhere, or raised the issue in private correspondence. Virtually no one actually buys this thing, so it's just one of those extremely funny sort of failures of marketing. Okay, this is a big question. Angel 287. Okay, Commander Direct, you sent back in time to alter history. Popping out of a portal near Dogger Bank on May 31st, 1916. Okay, so this is just in the immediate run-up to Jutland. I have 4 Fletchers, 4 Tribals, 4 Yugamos, and a Gearing. So, what's that? 13 destroyers, 13 World War II destroyers. However, my mission is to reduce the loss of human lives as much as possible by whatever means you see fit. Have a decent flag officer. What actions do you take to prevent as many deaths as possible? What communications do you make? Okay, so if my job is to prevent as much loss of life at the Battle of Jutland itself, the simplest and easiest thing I can do is not engage in combat myself, but simply using my uptime knowledge at that point. I mean, I suppose at that point I might not actually have World War II era German codes, but for sake of argument, assuming that I actually have the radio frequencies and the German codes from that period, maybe I've got a copy of the staff appreciation of Jutland or something with me. The easiest thing to do is just to open a broadcast channel to the German fleet, to Scheer in particular, and just let him know that the Grand Fleet is at sea, because at that point Scheer's going to turn around and go home, at which point the battle is averted and nobody dies. That's the easiest thing to do. But if we're going to be a little bit contrarian and say, well, is it likely that a random time-warped captain from World War II is going to have an exact copy of Imperial German Navy codes? Probably not. Then at that point, the easiest way to save lives in that engagement is probably going to be ambushing the first scouting group, because if first scouting group takes an absolute pounding and Scheer is deprived of his ability to see what's happening further ahead, then again he's probably going to take the High Seas Fleet home, and the vast majority of life that was lost at Jutland was with the British battlecruisers exploding, so you have to prevent that. You can't stop that just with destroyers standing in the way, but if before the main battlecruiser clash occurs, I mean, bearing in mind just how many World War II era torpedoes you've got on 13 large World War II era destroyers, if you put spreads of torpedoes into the German capital ships, realistically you might get 1 or 2 hits per battlecruiser, that's not going to be enough to cause them to, well, hopefully, probably not going to cause them to explode. And it's not going to cause them to turn turtle and sink immediately, but you will have crippled or destroyed them. They'll be sinking, which means that, the crews will be getting off the ships. The British are very unlikely to fire on ships that are in the process of going over, assuming that they've struck their flags, and obviously assuming that the engagement hasn't already started. At which point, for the cost of whoever is unfortunate enough to get caught in the torpedo explosions, you've obviated the run to the south, you've obviated the explosion of Queen Mary and Indefatigable, and the many casualties from Lion's Q turret, and without first scouting group, again, Shear is going to turn around and go home. As Captain Seafoot pointing out, you could intercept the NJ Fjord before everyone goes to have a look at it. Yes, that might work, but they might then just run into each other anyway. Camino John asks, okay, imagine the Earth in terms of iron resources. However, the larger exploitable iron deposits are much harder to... Oh, that's it. So we've got the same Earth in terms of iron resources, but the iron deposits are much harder to access. The net result is by the early 1400s, iron is not the most universal metal and it's more expensive, but the availability of copper, zinc, tin and other alloying elements of copper is much greater, to such an extent that copper is the most common metal used for everyday items. Copper, bronze and brass are much cheaper to produce than iron and steel. How would this impact the development of pre-gunpowder ships? How would this impact the development of warships in the Age of Sail? I mean, pre-gunpowder ships, triremes and stuff used bronze rams anyway. Bronze hold and copper hold up better in salt water than iron does. So pre-gunpowder shipping probably not too greatly affected. If they do want to nail something together, bronze nails will probably do just as well. Once you get to the Age of Sail, though, obviously they started off with bronze guns, and now they're probably going to keep going with bronze guns because, if the iron is expensive and difficult to get hold of. The main problem with bronze guns was that they were getting progressively more expensive to make as compared to the easy mass-manufactured iron guns. Whereas if you've got easy mass-manufactured bronze, why not go for it? The main issue you're going to have is that, you can cast bronze guns a lot easier. You can make bronze guns once you've got the industrial processes going, actually, with in a lot easier ways than you can with iron. And they're safer if they fail, usually. But because firing a bronze gun work hardens it, bronze guns will have a shorter lifespan than iron guns, at least under normal material circumstances. Which means that, but on the other hand, you can melt a bronze gun down and just recast it, which you can't really do easily with an iron gun. So actually, if anything, guns will probably become far more common if there's commonly available bronze. A.G. Wittmann, yes, those are some cheap plastic champagne flutes used to hold up my improvised second shelving unit inside a Kallax. Logan Brandenburg. If World War II was pushed back, say, 10 years exactly, the starting events were the same, what would the ships in the Naval War look like in something like that? 10 years to 1949 without the intervening section with World War II, it's incredibly difficult to say, because, if you look at World War II technology, you would be looking at, let's say something like, jet fighter equipped carriers. But would jet fighters exist, and would they exist to the same kind of technological development level in 1949? if you hadn't had 6 years of war intervening? Probably not. I think the single biggest thing that you would see is that possibly you might see some attempt at another naval disarmament conference going on in the mid-40s. But the single biggest thing, I think, is that within those 10 years, the World War I era fleets would be gone. Because, let's say, taking the Royal Navy or the US Navy, the Lions and the Montanas would be in the water and in service about 3 to 4 years, like class complete, 3 to 4 years before World War II is now due to start. So you'd be looking at successors to the Montana and successors to the Lions without the intervening war experience, obviously. At which point, the Revenge classes are gone, Queen Elizabeth class is gone, probably Renown and Repulse are gone. Hood may or may not be gone. Bit of a question mark. Nelson and Rodney might still be around in modified form, but I wouldn't hold my breath on that too much. Maybe they might be just about on their way out. For the US, the standard class is all going to be gone. So, yeah, it's going to be North Carolinas, Iowas, South Dakotas, Montanas, and whatever succeeds the Montanas. It's going to be a very different war. Your baseline speed for your fleets is now 28 knots universally. All the old cruisers are gone. All the old destroyers are gone. All the old subs are gone. And the Japanese are, of course, going to be running around with Yamatos and Super Yamatos. So probably the Lion successors and the Montana successors are going to be dealing with everyone considering, okay, the Japanese have built these super ships. What do we do to counter them? At which point, what a naval war would look like? I have no idea. It would be an utter mess. Kevin Reed, no, Armchair Admirals hasn't been cancelled. It's just that normally it's done towards the end of the month, and obviously the end of the month in December, Christmas, everybody's on holidays. I believe Armchair Admirals is back in January. Captain Lorenzo, in response to British-American Lend-Lease, the British-American Lend-Lease Act, Nazi Germany responds by negotiating with or forcing Franco to allow Wehrmacht Luftwaffe land and airport facilities in Spain that would allow for a direct German assault on Fortress Gibraltar, with an understanding that post-war, assuming a German victory, Spain would take custody of Gibraltar but grant Germany a 99-year naval lease. So just refilling the Iron Brew. If this occurred, Gibraltar would eventually fall to the Wehrmacht, albeit after a costly and bloody fight. Had German control of Gibraltar occurred, then what for Force H? Malta, Suez Canal, North Africa, etc. And lastly, how would this affect British-Spanish relations? Would it lead to war? Yes, if Spain allows hostile forces on its territory to assault British-held territory like Gibraltar, that is going to lead to war. And the reason Franco didn't want that to happen was because, well, either British ships or British-controlled trade supplied most of the Spanish economy during that period. So, yeah, basically him agreeing to allow German troops to use Spain as a jump-off point to attack Gibraltar, regardless of what happens, is inviting the Spanish economy to basically collapse and implode in a matter of months. Assuming that they do take Gibraltar, I mean, it's difficult to assume that because, it's weird. Before I went there, I would have said, yeah, they probably would have eventually taken Gibraltar after an extremely long and bloody struggle, but it probably could have been done. Having now been there and climbed the rock and seen the fortifications and the preparations that they were making sort of firsthand, in theory, yes, if you throw enough land and air attacks at it, it will fall. You can do that with anything. But practically speaking, any reasonable size attack that's likely to be made on Gibraltar is going to just be broken horribly. if they just insist on keeping pouring on forces, I say eventually Gibraltar, yes, will fall. But it's going to so thoroughly gut the German offensive capability. It's going to make something like Crete and what happened to the Fallschirmjäger there. It's going to make that look like a walk in the park. I wouldn't envy them in the slightest. I mean, to be honest, at that point, if the Germans have managed to grind down Gibraltar to the point where they can actually overwhelm it in a final massive assault, well, it's still going to be an absolute pig to retake because it is the Rock. And Monte Cassino shows that just because you've leveled the place doesn't mean it can be any more easy to retake. But if Force H is forced out of there, I mean, Germany's ability to fight at that point is probably going to be so crippled in the short to medium term that what else is it going to do? The things like the Africa Corps probably not going to happen because they're going to have been thrown at Gibraltar and died horribly. I mean, the British, obviously, with the Gibraltar Straits closed, they are going to have to go around Africa and up the Suez Canal if they want to hold on to Alexandria, which they will do. But on the other hand, with all the German efforts concentrated on Gibraltar, the British probably have secured North Africa off of the Italians already. At which point, everyone's going to be staring at Vichy French-occupied Northwest Africa and waiting for them to go one way or the other. Peter A. Dawson, I mean this January. So, yeah, Armchair Admiral's probably restarting at some point later this month. I kind of forgot it. I keep forgetting it's actually January 2022. I still think it's December for some reason. And yeah, Girk the Magnificent pointing out, yes, Germany did in fact try to convince Spain to do exactly this, and probably an awful lot of Germans and their families are very grateful that Spain didn't do that. If you wanted to design a perfect killing field for World War II style ground assaults, you couldn't do much better than Gibraltar in World War II. Yeah, and as Shrike616 pointed out, the Royal Navy would have something to say as well. So yeah, Force H, if you capture Gibraltar, might be driven away. At the same time, you're probably going to be contending with battleships firing their main guns over open sights into your massed ground assault over a very narrow stretch of open land, which I'm not really going to be envying you on that one. Tyler Kuhn asks, I was listening to Mark Felton Productions on YouTube, and he was talking about how the Japanese used submarines to attack the west coast in 1941. One of the attacks involving I-15, which launched a torpedo in an attempt to hit the Golden Gate Bridge, but due to the current around the bridge, the torpedo veered off course and ended up in Marshall's Beach. It got me thinking, what if that Type 95 torpedo had hit the support? Could it cause enough damage to collapse the bridge, or would they need to fire more than one at it? Given the sheer mass and the classic massive concrete structure around the base of the Golden Gate Bridge, I have trouble seeing how a single torpedo hit could destroy it. The shock wave and the plume of water and debris could probably do a lot of damage to it, but I don't think you're going to destroy it outright. I mean, this is the thing. It's like, yes, if you hit the bridge itself and blew apart a support beam, then sure, that might cause some fairly significant problems. But there's a reason that there's a lot of concrete and rock around the base, because, you don't stick iron or steel just straight into seawater if you want it to live for very long. Yeah, the other thing, other people commenting about Gibraltar, the other thing that's interesting about Gibraltar is that they actually had plans, apart from the absolute maze of tunnels they built into the rock, there were actually plans for stay-behind parties, i.e. they actually had fully stocked, supplied, etc., basically safe rooms carved out of the rock, literally carved out of the rock in both senses of the word, with the idea that if the Germans looked like they're about to take control, these parties would be placed inside these chambers, then the tunnels would be collapsed and blocked behind them, so they'd be completely cut off from the outside world. And then from there, depending on which particular plan you're looking at, most of the plans say that they would be there to provide intel. So they'd basically be living under the Germans' noses and radioing in what the Germans are doing, who's in the harbour, what preparations they're seeing, etc., etc. And there's precious little the Germans could be doing about that unless they want to dig through, 60, 80, 100 feet of solid rock, if they even know that they're there. So, yeah, there were a lot of plans going on there. And Girk the Magnificent pointing out, yes, the Golden Gate Bridge is designed to withstand regular-size earthquakes, so those footings are going to be quite massive in the traditional engineering sense of the word. Lord Nelson asks, it's September 1914, and by some sort of Brother Grimm-style magic, Grosser Admiral Drack, the newly appointed head of the German Imperial Navy, is offered to immediately exchange the then-active German pre-Dreadnought tonnage on a ton-by-ton basis with either Der Flinger-class battlecruisers, König-class battleships, or Type U-57 submarines. How would each choice affect the war, and which one would you make? I mean, the Der Flingers are going to be somewhat more useful than the Königs because they're not massively worse protected. They're not massively less heavily armed, but they are a lot faster. So that would give me a massive advantage in battle cruisers. And of course, the Der Flingers can do a reasonable job standing in line as long as they don't come across something like a Queen Elizabeth or something like that. Now, as far as the submarines are concerned, if we're talking about the U-57, so that's, I'm just looking up their stats now, ocean-going diesel-powered torpedo attack boats, 700 tons. Okay, so you're kind of talking about roughly the equivalent of a World War One, almost equivalent of a Type 7. Now, in theory, the submarines are actually going to be the most use. It's just that battleships are battleships. Germany doesn't have a massive number of submarines. So if it was it's not numbers, it's tonnage. Right, so if we're replacing the pre-Dreadnought tonnage on a ton-by-ton basis, well, that obviously means I'm going to get less Der Flingers because I'm probably roughly doing a 2-for-1 exchange rate, if not worse. Now, at that point, I'm definitely going for the U-57s. If I can get the entire active German pre-Dreadnought tonnage in U-57 type subs, I'm going to win the underwater war. It's that simple. Glenrica Frente, if it was the US that decided to launch a surprise first strike against the Japanese in late 1941, could they have done it? And how would they have gone about it? Theoretically, yes. I mean, the Doolittle raid proves it's entirely possible, even if you're going to use medium bombers. Practically speaking, well, I mean, at that point, the US does have Taranto to look at. So they know that there's a certain percentage to be had in attacking an enemy fleet at anchor with torpedo bombers. I don't think they would have tried another Doolittle raid. The main problem they're going to have is the reason that the Doolittle raid went ahead the way that it did with, using B-25s instead of the carrier's own strike craft, was because they didn't want the carrier to get too close to the Japanese coast in case they were intercepted. The reason they didn't want that is because they didn't have strong enough escorts. And even if the US is pulling in the first punch, they don't have enough, again, fast fleet oilers to take a substantial part of the Pacific fleet, like, say, all the battleships on Battleship Row, over to Japan along with the carriers. And they will obviously be worried then if they're right close to Japan, then they might be hit by Japanese subs, aircraft, battleships, cruisers, destroyers, etc., etc. So they're probably going to end up, I think, at that point, probably going with a cruiser-escorted fast carrier raid type. Somewhat similar to some of the early raids that they did on the Marshall Islands and so forth in the run-up to Coral Sea. So, yeah, at that point, you're probably talking about, well, you've got Enterprise, Lexington, and Saratoga. So you're not going to have Hornet. So you probably call in Yorktown. You're probably not Wasp or Ranger. So you're going to have four fleet carriers running at high speed with cruiser escort, getting close, launch the strike, get back again with fast fleet oiler support. The main problem you're going to have is that the US just flat out does not have the mass strike doctrine that the Japanese Navy does to launch, the kind of coordinated big wave strikes that the Japanese do. Certainly not in late 1941. So they could have pulled it off, but they're going to pull it off with slightly fewer aircraft, and it's going to be a little bit more straggled, which means it's not going to be quite as effective. Plasma Burn Death, could you show us the Stargates? I'd love to, except that both my Atlantis and original series gates are right at the back of everything, so I might get them out for another live stream, but if otherwise I'm going to be standing there for 10 minutes trying not to destroy everything ahead of them. I do have a Stargate mirror hanging up over there as well. I could probably get that down at some point. The Legacy asking, where did I get the decorative Drakenfeld plate? That was sent to me by a very kind subscriber. If you'd like me to give him a shout out, because he does do some really nice, as you can see, sort of pyrolized, laser etched wood art, I'm quite happy to do so, but obviously I just don't want to give his actual name out on stream because that might be a slight violation of privacy. Harold O'Keefe is asking a question I get a lot. Shouldn't it be historiographer, not historiographer? Yes, I know it's not spelt the way we spell it these days. Basically, the reason it's spelt technically correctly if you happen to be looking up one particular late 18th century, early 19th century book which spelled it that way. So I get to call it an archaic spelling. To be honest, it was probably just a spelling mistake made by them at the time. But the reason I went with the slightly misspelled version was that, well, still the channel in question is still going, but when I was starting up my channel as well, there's another very good historical YouTube channel called Historiograph, and I didn't want to kind of be seen to be stepping on his toes by kind of quote unquote adopting the thing that was his channel title into my channel logo, so I just went with the old archaic spelling to just give it a little bit of differentiation, and then I kept it because it's funny. Captain Seafort, is that the Outrider next to the CR90? Yes, it is. That is the Outrider. There's the Outrider there, Millennium Falcon there, two gold Enterprises, the original and the D, the Reefer NX-01. There's a ballista hiding behind the naval supremacy. There's a Dutch flute from the Anglo-Dutch Wars there. Yeah, a bunch of different things hiding up behind there. Dr. Irrelevant, what would the Royal Navy of 1939 look like if during the 1930s it suffered no delays, setbacks and other hiccups in its weapons development, i.e. they get the 4.5 inch gun for everything secondaries, they get the quadruple 6-inch turret, triple 16s, that all work perfectly. Also, what's the status of the Drac version of World's Worst Warships? So the book that I'm writing is still an ongoing work. Obviously, the chaos of the last couple of months means I haven't made any headway on that, but I'm hoping to make some headway on that again starting in January. More news on that later in the year. If the 4.5 inch gun development goes perfectly well, then obviously British anti-aircraft fibre from destroyers, cruisers and battleships and carriers is all massively enhanced. Belfast and Edinburgh with quad sixes would be quite amusing. If the triple 16s are working perfectly, then Lion and Temeraire are probably continued, because at that point they'd probably be people saying, well, we can get them in service for early mid 42, and with war being declared in late 39, the Royal Navy's probably going to go, yeah, we might as well do that. So the Lions will probably enter service. I mean, those are the big highlights. I mean, you've pretty much got most of the big highlights there. I mean, because torpedoes, I mean, they might, well, assuming everything goes perfectly without hiccups, the British will be the only people with working magnetic detonators, which will probably be quite useful. Yeah, because everything else is a weapon, like aircraft is a weapons delivery system rather than the weapons themselves. I mean, in theory, at that point, some of the upgrade paths for the 40mm pom-pom might also get work actually sort of properly finished, which would make the pom-pom even more dangerous. Megascrow. I'm going to have to come back to that because I don't quite understand it. Matt Osborne. If I had an anti-gravity device... if I had an anti-gravity device so that I could fly into space using any earthbound vehicle, how good of a spaceship would a mononuclear-powered submarine make? I mean, it would be all right. The main, see, it's kind of a swings and roundabouts one, because a modern nuclear-powered sub is designed, hull-wise at least, because obviously propeller propulsion in space isn't going to work, but as a hull, a modern submarine is designed to withstand far more pressure than it will ever experience in space. The converse of that is it's designed to withstand pressure from the outside pressing in, not 1 atmosphere of pressure on the inside pressing out. So some of the joints and the ways it's designed to expand and contract may not necessarily be all that brilliant for space travel, but it is designed to be a sealed environment, which, okay, you've got sort of nuclear, biological, chemical seals on surface warships, but surface warships, as far as I'm aware at least, aren't designed to be permanently sealed up easily against that, against, you know, NBC style stuff for months on end, which nuclear subs obviously are, and also, you know, the pressure seal required to keep NBC elements out as opposed to keeping high pressure water out. There's that again, that's very different. If you've got, you know, if you've got a surface ship in space, there's a lot of things that are probably not going to withstand a 1 atmospheric pressure pushing out all the time very long. So of all the ship hulls, then yeah, probably an SSN or an SSBN would make one of the better bases for a spaceship hull, but it's still not going to be perfect. Yeah, people pointing out waste heats can be a problem and the sub needs water to make air. Yes, those are somewhat important issues. I'm just focusing on the hull and whether or not you're actually going to be able to breathe. Everything else is secondary to that, really. So just for I've seen a few people asking the question. We're still going through the alternate history Patreon questions, although we're doing a relatively good job so far. Ishima. You must have come across some unexplained events in archives or books while doing your research for the channel. What are some of your favourites, and will there ever be potential for a spooky video focusing on maritime, naval, ghosts, monsters, supernatural, etc.? I don't think so, unless I do it for an April Fool's or something, because, you know, I think probably about the closest that because remember the channel is naval history. So even though I'm quite interested in how things like the Mary Celeste happened, the whole mystery surrounding what did happen to the Mary Celeste isn't really a strict fit for the channel. I think the closest that you'd probably come would be perhaps looking at some of the things that were reported by naval officers over time, because there are some quite interesting reports that were generated. For example, King George V, when he was still a naval cadet or possibly a young naval officer, I can't remember exactly where he was in his career, but when he was fairly early in his naval career in the 19th century, reported in quite a lot of detail seeing and described seeing a sea serpent along with about half the crew of the ship he was on. Now, of course, these days a sea serpent is to us, something that would be considered cryptozoological in nature. And if you had, random fishing crew comes in and swore they saw a sea serpent in the middle of a storm, people are like, yeah, sure you did. But this is several hundred trained naval officers with no particular reason to lie in a relatively calm environment in a sailing warship, or at least a ship that was sailing at the time wasn't using its auxiliary engine. So, given the fact that in the intervening 150 odd years we've confirmed the existence of colossal squid, giant squid, we've come across some really bizarre things like deep sea oarfish. We found the megamouth shark because it swallowed a US Navy ship's anchor. We had no idea the flipping thing existed before then. And so on. Just because we haven't found a major element of seagoing life at this stage, but people in the past have reported it. I don't particularly see a reason to think it either doesn't or perhaps didn't exist, especially because if I remember that particular account correctly, they noticed that this sea serpent or whatever it was seemed to be very sensitive to noise. So yeah, a ship that's sailing along is not going to make a tremendous amount of noise, thus people in sailing ships might see them. But even assuming they're still around today and ecological pressures haven't forced them into extinction, modern ships thrumping through the water with their propellers going womp, 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 womp all the time, they're never going to come anywhere near them. So that would be about the closest I'd come to maybe doing a quote-unquote spooky video. Colin Cameron, in 1940, Mussolini has a heart attack and dies. Ciano takes over Italy and decides to follow Franco's example and keep Italy neutral. What impact does this have going forward? Well, at that point, the Royal Navy is going to be dancing the happy, happy dance. Because, yes, France is out of the war, but by the middle of 1940, the Kriegsmarine has taken absolute hammering in Norway. It has almost nothing of any real note still operational. And if they don't have to worry about the Mediterranean all that much, because now France is officially neutral, Italy is neutral, the Mediterranean is, at that point, technically speaking, a British-controlled sea, they're going to be quite happy. We can focus all our energy on containing Germany and destroying the Kriegsmarine, which means they're going to have open season for, a year and a half-ish on average to keep the Kriegsmarine's numbers down. So they're probably, at that point, the pressure's off enough for them to haul in some of the older ships for a refit. And then, okay, Japan declaring war at the end of 1941 isn't brilliant, but the Royal Navy is going to have significantly more resources to devote to fighting a war with Japan. Whether or not that ends particularly well, given, of course, what the Japanese were capable of doing in 1941 and 42, is another matter. But it is going to make the Japanese they're still going to have to go for the Dutch East Indies, so the war's probably still going to happen, but they are going to have to be a lot more wary, because rather than effectively a holding action force and whatever they can scrape together in the Western Pacific and the Indian Ocean, the Royal Navy could actually put a fairly serious force there. Thomas Dudkiewicz, I think. What if, instead of limiting the number and size of battleships, the interwar naval treaties only specified the total tonnage of capital ships allowed for each nation and the maximum caliber of guns? So let's say the Royal Navy's allocated tonnage is equivalent to the total tonnage of all battleships and battlecruisers the Royal Navy have at that moment. Both Nelsons are commissioned. The ratios stay the same. Maximum gun caliber is 16 inches. How does that affect the naval planning of the 30s? Would naval powers go for fewer, bigger ships or more smaller ones? And how would the late 1930s treaty battleships look in terms of speed, armour and number of guns? And will we see a resurgence of second-class battleships? I don't think we'd see second-class battleships. No. If there's 20,000 tons left over or something, you might see something in the order of a kind of a supercruiser or a small 12-inch battleship just to fill in the gaps. But I don't think you'd see capital ships that much larger. I mean, the Japanese going for Yamato really was a massive extra step up in things. But if the thing is, if the maximum gun caliber is 16 inches, most navies are kind of going to want 9 to 10 guns. That's what most people think of as a relatively balanced thing. Well, let's look at, the designs that they're coming up with when they're looking at 35,000 tonners. They want a 16-inch battery. Okay, let's say 8 to 10 guns, because you might go for 4 twins for some reason. You want a decent secondary battery, ideally dual purpose. You want enough armour to stand up to your own 16-inch guns. You want speed of at least 28 knots. You want enough AA and armour, as I said. So, can you do all of that? Sure. I mean, if you do it at a real squeeze, you get something like the South Dakotas. But if you look at the original Flavor Lions, yeah, you're looking at, you can get most of what you want, if not all of what you want, for a balanced 16-inch gun battleship on about 40,000 tons, maybe a fraction more. So I think you'll probably then see 16-inch battleships in the 40 to 45,000 ton range becoming the standard, because unless and until someone figures out what Japan is up to, that's the best balance between, this is a ship that is a well-balanced ship with maximum number of large guns, and we can have enough to actually be in more than one place at once. Tovey Churchill, having done the Enigma machine, do you have anything planned to make specials about other ciphers from the UK, US, Japan, etc.? Yeah, I've got the Emperor's Code Breakers somewhere around here, so there'll be a bit about the Pacific War coding. Somewhere around here I've also got a book on the Italian code breaking efforts. So I'm gradually getting through those and collating them. But yes, there will be more about naval signals intelligence from various sides coming at some point. Ryan Friedrich, suppose Jellicoe does heed the intelligence coming from London, and his captains tell him what's going on, and instead of making for the Jade, he sets course for Horn's Reef, assuming he takes the decision soon enough that it's still possible for the Grand Fleet to cut sheer off from home. What does the Battle of Horn's Reef look like the next morning? A lot worse for the Germans than it would seem to be on paper, and it's not looking very good for them on paper either. A lot of the German battle, I mean, Seydlitz is not surviving. Whether she takes a few more hits or not, just the delay, she's going to end up sinking. And this is part of the problem. The German fleet is a little bit strung out. The British fleet managed to keep its formation overnight a lot better. A lot of the German battle cruisers, even though they've been able to bring some of their disabled systems back online, a lot of the German battle cruisers are still very badly worked over. As I've covered before, a reasonable number of the latest and greatest German battleships are also being quite badly worked over. Thanks to their poor quality coal, a lot of their ships, everything from battleships down to destroyers, are not capable of steaming anywhere near as quickly as they were at the beginning of the fight. A lot of their ships have expended their torpedoes in various attacks, both during the day and a few at night. Now, fair enough, some of the British destroyers have also expended their torpedoes, but there's a lot more British destroyers and cruisers with remaining torpedoes than there are Germans. So the British have the numbers advantage, because basically Marlborough and Warspite have gone home and nothing else has. Even Lion's still there, and Tiger. So they've got the numbers advantage, they've got the formation advantage, they've got a lot more remaining torpedoes, they've got a speed advantage. It's going to be a very broken up and bitty engagement. You're basically going to have whichever formation of German ships shows up first is going to get very badly mauled. And then it's a question of, what does Scheer do then? Does he try and just bull charge his way through? In which case, he's probably going to lose a lot of his fleet, and a lot of the rest is going to be badly damaged, but that's how he'll probably inflict the greatest number of casualties on the Grand Fleet. Or does he try and break off again, despite the fact he knows that the Grand Fleet now has all day to chase him down? I mean, it depends what Scheer's trying to do. If he just sort of throws his hand up in the air, and bear in mind he's been awake for a long time at this point, and just goes, stuff it, death or glory, and charge, he's going to take a lot of casualties. But as I said, he'll do a reasonable amount of damage to the Grand Fleet. But it's a one and done deal. The High Seas Fleet will not be able to challenge anything for the rest of the war, really. Whereas if he goes, actually, okay, some of our ships have blundered into the British fleet, everything else needs to run, and everybody just, run as fast as humanly possible with the British in pursuit, that might save more of the core of the High Seas Fleet. The Harwich force might still catch them, but, if he just says, okay, the battle cruisers that can make full speed, the Kaisers, the Koenigs, etc., and the destroyers and cruisers just run, apart from whichever ones get taken out at the beginning when he runs into the Grand Fleet. Well, the pre-dreadnoughts, the Nassaus and the Helgolands and the damaged battle cruisers are going to be gradually overtaken and consumed by the Grand Fleet. But in so doing, they'll probably buy enough time for the faster and more modern German capital ships to make a break for another safe entrance. So I'd see that as being the two options. Does he want to preserve a core of the German fleet, or does he just want to roll the dice on everything? Night Heron Productions. Do you know anyone in China who can film the exhibits at their naval museum? No, no, I do not. Walter Broad, US. Beardless Drac in an alternate universe like on Star Trek. Yes. That's the good version of me, therefore, by the logic of Star Trek Mirror Universes. Zeroth. After signing the Washington Naval Treaty, Japan felt they were not treated as an equal by the Western powers, having lost Britain as their ally. They felt increasingly vulnerable internationally. By some unbelievably impossible turn of events, if they realise that cooperation between the Asian powers is the way to preserve their influence, and they forge an alliance with China, assuming that the pact starts in 1922 with Japan and China as the other only, as the other nations do not yet have sovereignty, what does the Japanese-Chinese fleet look like by 1941? And how does this fit with the Washington Naval Treaty, and how would it affect naval treaties overall? Okay, so part of the condition of the Washington Naval Treaty was for the Anglo-Japanese Naval Treaty to end. It would not be viewed as compliant with the treaty to make a naval alliance with another power. So the Washington Treaty either doesn't happen, or there'd be an additional clause put in that prevents a Japanese-Chinese alliance. If the Japanese and Chinese are determined to ally together, then say the Washington Treaty either doesn't happen, or or possibly the Japanese and Chinese get built into the treaty as a single Gestalt entity, at which point America especially is still going to have a massive interest in making sure their allocated tonnage is significantly less. The other thing is, to be honest, realistically, a Japanese-Chinese fleet in 41 looks like the Imperial Japanese Navy, because China will have spent the majority of the intervening period at war with itself. So they're not going to be in a position to do all that much. Realistically, I mean, you could probably make an argument. You could try and make an argument that maybe it stabilizes China in some way, so that maybe they don't have a civil war. Or if they do, there's one very clear winner very quickly. And if that alliance goes on, China doesn't have the modern industry or shipyards at that point to build a major navy. The best that they could do at that point would be maybe China using their money to help keep the Japanese shipyards both expanded and at full tilt all the time, with a bunch of their ships coming back to China. So it would look like a slightly bigger Japanese navy, because everything is going to be pretty much built in Japan. The Legacy is having a meltdown. Well, you know, the mirror universe. In the mirror universe, the people with the beards, especially the goatees, are the evil ones. I already have the beard, therefore, by that logic, I am the evil one. And beardless Drac is the good guy. How did that work with Riker? The Next Generation never actually did a mirror universe episode, did they? Although there are a bunch of fairly decent... That's weird. There's a bunch of fairly decent mirror universe Star Trek Next Generation novels, but in most of those, Riker still has his beard. So is Riker the exception to the evil one is bearded rule? I don't know. Philosophical ponderings for 2022. Mark AG asks, HMS Warspite, HMS New Zealand, USS Enterprise CV6, USS Johnston versus Yamato Musashi and Kamchatka. How does the battle play out, and how quickly do the Yamatos lose, aka how strong is plot grade, plot armor? I mean, conceivably, Kamchatka's not going to offer any... I mean, the Japanese will probably just end up sinking Kamchatka out of general principle. But, I mean, you know, conceivably, there is a way Warspite, New Zealand, Enterprise, and Johnston could plausibly beat what's at that point is effectively Yamato Musashi, which is Enterprise sends out a bunch of airstrikes, suppresses and damages Yamato and Musashi in a series of attritional air raids, and until their anti-aircraft batteries eventually take enough of a toll of Enterprise's air group that they can't realistically continue. I mean, Yamato and Musashi can just about outrun this group because Warspite is a bit slower than them, New Zealand probably as well. But it's going to take time, and they have to figure out where they are. But the thing is, if you give Enterprise a few days working over Yamato and Musashi with its air group, and then Johnston and Warspite leading the way at night with their radar for a night engagement, Johnston can get in position, launch a bunch of torpedoes, then start suppressive fire with its 5-inch guns, at which point, you know, the battered, worked over, exhausted Yamato Musashi, Warspite can start hammering away at them, hammering away at a chosen target. New Zealand really can't do all that much to their armoured sections, but New Zealand could just start messing up the upper works even more with its 12-inch guns. And in the middle of the night, sort of blind, on fire and exhausted, they kind of, I suppose, eventually could just chew them to death, assuming that Johnston's torpedoes don't take them down. Captain Seafort pointing out that Riker was obviously replaced by his mirror universe counterpart before season 2. This might explain a few things. Robert Marmerstein asks, You've said a few times the Japanese loss to the US was inevitable, and you follow that up because the US is going to eventually get nukes and win anyway. Suppose the Manhattan Project fails for some reason. Is there any decision the Japanese could make differently, or any turn of events that could happen differently that gives them a reasonable chance at victory, or does US production advantage doom them anyway? Within the context of the Pacific theatre, there's nothing the Japanese can realistically do that's going to win them the war. Because look at where the Japanese were when the atomic bombs ended the war. There was an Allied fleet, mostly made up of US ships, although the British Pacific Fleet was there as well, sitting off their coastline, about to launch a massive amphibious assault. They were losing the war one way or another at that point. Even if you kind of the Japanese somehow play all their cards right at Coral Sea and they play all their cards right at Midway. Okay, so they win 1942. Then what? 1943 shows up. The Americans show up with all the Essexes. It's still a game over at that point. Might be a harder, longer fight, but it's still going to happen. Once the US subs get their torpedoes working, they alone can pretty much strangle the Japanese economy. And by the end of the war, you've got subs with working torpedoes, surface ships, aircraft carriers, and massive aerial mine-laying efforts. The Japanese are basically cut off, and they're going to end up being starved out one way or the other. I suppose the only turn of events where you might see Japan lasting any kind of significant length longer would be if you had something go horribly and dramatically wrong in Europe, to the degree that, maybe France actually full on signs up with Vichy France signs up with Nazi Germany, and Britain is forced out of the war and forced to cede a bunch of stuff, including a bunch of the Royal Navy, to Germany, at which point, assuming that Hitler still declares war on the US when Japan attacks Pearl Harbor, the US Navy might be forced to divert a significant amount of resources into containing the German threat, which, obviously by diverting resources away from the Japanese threat, and the Japanese will then rolling, natural 20s at Coral Sea, Midway, Guadalcanal, etc., they'll still lose, but it's going to take a lot longer, at which point the US, I don't think they're going to sign a treaty, but you might have depending on who they decide to go after first, one side or the other might find themselves in a state of kind of belligerent staring match. It's like, we'll come back and deal with you later after we finished off the other lot. DJ Hurd, the powers of the Washington Naval Treaty find out about Yamato and Musashi, and rather than abandon the treaty, they agree to allow each nation to build 2 warships of the same tonnage. What do you think these ships would look like in terms of capability, armor, guns, and speed? I don't think... the US might go for something like that, at which point you're basically looking at Long Tanner, i.e. the 33-knot Montana. The Italians and the French are just going to throw their hands up in the air and say, stuff it, we can't be bothered, it's beyond our capabilities. The British... See, their big problem, apart from some of the theoretical 1945 battleship studies, their big problem was that once you hit beyond about 45,000 tons, they didn't really have the shipyard infrastructure to build anything that was significantly larger. Now, obviously, it's something of an upper cap limit to what the French had encountered at lower tonnage levels, and in theory, yes, you could expand your shipyards, but that would be very, very expensive. So you might get the British, if the Yamato and Musashi are viewed as such a major threat, the British might go, actually, we're going to copy what Japan did. We're going to build specific special yards. We're going to build specific special dry docks just to support these 2 ships. But I don't think that's quite as likely, because the main reason the British probably wouldn't go for that is because because they have this worldwide empire, as opposed to, you know, the US, which is mostly based in the continental US, and Japan, which is mostly based in Japan. If the British are going to have to upgrade their docks and so forth, they're going to have to upgrade not just the docks in the UK. They're going to have to upgrade the docks in Gibraltar, the docks in Singapore, the docks in Simonstown, and so on and so on and so on and so forth. Which is a lot more expensive than just the docks in your home, or a few docks in your home country. So I think the Americans will probably go with something like a 33-knot Montana design. The British, I think, will probably maybe argue, okay, well, we can then build 3 or 4 roughly 45,000 ton just over responses, i.e. more ships but smaller. At which point they might go for something like a theoretical battleship I designed for the Navy General Board design competition on Twitter last month, which I've got pictures of lying around somewhere. But basically it's if you imagine a Richelieu hybridized with a Lion and then hybridized with an N3. So I was basically trying to think, you know, within the constraints of British shipyard building, what could they build as a response to Yamato quickly? And it's basically, okay, take the King George V armour scheme, ramp the side armour up to 18 inches of slab armour, put a pair of quadruple 16-inch guns forward, and otherwise give it the standard British Queen Anne Mansion superstructure, and you know, point in the enemy direction and charge. Andrew, wait, what if Operation Tengo results in a battle between Yamato and the 2 King George V's that were present around the Battle of Okinawa Theatre, King George V, and how? What happens? The British are going to want to go in at night. You know, by that stage of the war, they've got some idea of what Yamato is capable of, but even if, in the worst case, they're assuming that Yamato is a 45,000-ton, 16-inch armed vessel or thereabouts, it's still significantly larger and more heavily gunned than either King George V or Howe, so they're not necessarily going to want to confront it in open battle. So they'd wait for the air attacks to continue, then knowing exactly where battered Yamato is through, you know, a whole day's worth of aerial reports coming in, they'll probably, you know, switch the radar on, come in at night and try and reenact something like what Duke of York did to Scharnhorst, i.e. fix Yamato on radar, let it close, let it in closer, and then as basically you have all the guns trained on it on a hair trigger, so the minute Yamato even so much as twitches in a way that might construe that it spotted them, then they unleash everything at close range and hammer it, and hope they hammer it hard enough in order to put it down before it gets significant amounts of firepower going. Colin Cameron pointing out how Japan survives the Sibliff pattern, somehow gets his Soviet war. I guess, maybe. Roy Garner asking, what's the origin of the name Queen Anne's Mansion? It's basically because there is actually a kind of slab-sided Victorian, well, slightly earlier than Victorian era, block of flats in London that were nicknamed Queen Anne's Mansions, that if you kind of squint sideways, they kind of look a bit like the Queen Anne Mansion superstructure style. The Legacy asking, if Beardless Drac were to enter this timeline and replace me, what differences would there be on your channel? Well, I'd be doing less of this. I'd probably look about 10 years younger, because Shaved Drac is very much Baby Drac, as Mrs. Drac will probably quite happily confirm. Hang on a second. Mrs. Drac? Would you confirm that beardless Shaved Drac probably looks a bit more like a baby? I think that probably answers your question. Happier, Less Evil Drac. I mean, Happier, Less Evil Drac is probably going to be less sarcastic. And will probably go off on random tangents about how pretty ships would look with various random camo schemes that make no sense to anybody except for a slightly psychedelic artist. Yeah. I don't know. To be honest, yeah. Less evil, always happy Drac. The only time I can think of anything that would plausibly fit that bill was probably the time I started spray painting Warhammer models upstairs and forgot to open the window, and someone opened the door to find me sitting there giggling to myself, having inhaled most of 2 cans of Chaos Black spray paint. That was an interesting day. Fluffy Goat asks, alternate history question. If the Storm had not returned and Nimitz had sailed triumphantly, into... Oh, this is the final countdown. Had sailed triumphantly into Pearl Harbor after sinking the Kido Butai, what technology or innovations would the 1941 Navy be able to take advantage of immediately? What would only need tooling up by industry, and what tech would still need years of R&D to be useful? To be honest, the vast majority of what would be on the USS Nimitz would be stuff they'd need years to work on, because like electronics like radar, etc., still working off of vacuum tubes. So transistor-based microelectronics, that's not something that you can replicate immediately. Some of the advanced alloys that the ship is made of, or parts of the ship and parts of the aircraft are made of, you might be able to get the US metal industry to work on those relatively quickly. I mean, the jets aboard point to the fact that jet aircraft are possible and are the future. That might, I mean, that's not going to be immediately, but it might kickstart the jet industry to the point they might be producing their own home-built jet fighters in numbers before the end of World War II. I'm just thinking. I mean, nuclear reactors, again, not something you can immediately reproduce. The radar, too dependent on microelectronics. I suppose maybe the size of the hull, it proves it can be done. Quite where exactly you'd build it, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that 2 to 3 years of R&D might be able to start reproducing a downgraded version of. Not an awful lot of stuff that you could just give to a US industry in the 1941 and say build this, and they're like, oh yeah, I get that. Mark Bass asked, did I have a headache afterwards? No, I just kind of sat back and I think I watched like half of season 1 of Picard, which may indicate something horribly wrong happened. I don't know. Miles McCaskill, yes, I'm still working through the Patreon questions, but we are a good chunk of the way through them, and I do have your question here ready to go. Carl from Gazenberg, aerodynamic freefall bombs, yeah, I guess. Yeah, knowledge how to fix the Mark 14 torpedo. Yeah, that's actually fair. That's fair. Sean M. Transistor and integrated circuit development will take 20 years. Yeah, some stuff is going to take a long time, but there's a lot of other stuff that, say, 2 to 3 years might be able to do. Some, like the steam catapults, the advanced hull materials, some of the principles to improve elements of existing radar tech, and deriving better than first gen jet technology by, you're not going to get an F-14 jet engine reproduced, but you'll get something a bit better than a P-80 or F-80 Shooting Stars jet engine by retro engineering everything. That's what I mean, sort of not cheap knockoff copies, but lesser derived versions of things. Jim Smitty asks a very long alternate history question, which is basically summarized by: the US doesn't enter the Great War because the Germans don't send the Zimmerman telegram. There's no unrestricted submarine warfare. Following the collapse of Imperial Russia, peace faction takes power in the French Republic. The British learn of that. They decide to end the war. So in the peace treaty, the German colonial empire is stripped away except for German East Africa, with London basically taking the position of, if you want it, you can come and take it. Germany decides it's not worth it. They keep a big Eastern Empire carved out of the Russians. Adjustments are made in the West with the French border. The Austro-Hungarians get a bit of territory off of Italy and get to puppet Serbia. The Ottomans keep going for the minute. France and Italy turn communist. Austria-Hungary breaks up. Germany takes over parts of it. Hungary goes off in their own way. By 1922, peace is largely returned. The Italians are now communist. France has basically done a counter-revolution. The Americans, British, Germans, Hungarians, and Japanese have started their own naval building programs, and then they sit down to call a naval disarmament conference. Okay, what is a naval treaty going to look like in this world? Okay, so you've got the Americans, British, Germans, Hungarians, and Japanese. What would the Germans look for in such a treaty? Well, they've got land-based hegemony over Europe. The British are basically saying you can't be in the colonial game anymore. So, whilst the Germans economically might be able to ask for equal or near equal treatment, the British are probably going to A, make that their red line, and B, the Germans are going to have a lot more to worry about stabilising their new European empire. So I think at that point, I mean, if America's not joined the war against Germany, you might see a kind of two sets of powers developing within that conference, because the British are still allied with the Japanese at this point, remember. The Americans have a fairly significant pro-German sentiment within their country, and they haven't been to war with Germany at this point. The Hungarians are doing their own thing as a successor to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, probably feeling a bit bitter about Germany. So the Hungarians are probably the wild card here. The British and the Japanese will probably stay allied. The Americans might then use the Germans to try and offset the Anglo-Japanese alliance. So you might see something like 5533. Although if the war's called off a little bit earlier, and Britain's still getting an expanded empire out of it. Yeah, you're probably going to see something like 5533 or 552.5 with basically the Americans treating the Germans as their way of offsetting the British treating the Japanese as their way of offsetting the Americans, and then the Hungarians playing wild card and kind of trading favours with both sides to try and see who they should. I mean, they're not going to have the world's biggest navy, but the balances of power, especially in Europe and the Mediterranean, are going to be such that even a squadron or two of battleships might be a tipping point one way or the other. So they'll probably try and play kingmaker out of that. Sean M pointing out, yes, the magnetron will be very useful in the theoretical, Nimitz being recycled into spare parts in 1941 scenario. David B. I've always thought it was a pity that the Colorado class were just too slow to see effective frontline service in World War II. What if during the 1916 build-up the US had adjusted the design and pushed the speed up and tweaked the armour? I ramped the speed up to just over 27 knots, incorporate the Lexington class's armour slope, a single thickness armour deck. If that had come out around 35 to 36,000 tons, what do you think the effect would have been on warship building for the British and Japanese? The Washington Treaty and then the fast Colorados in World War II. So you're talking about basically less armour, more speed Colorados, so fast battleship Colorados. I mean, they're going to have a lot more potential for refit and upgrade in World War II. Obviously, I think they'll probably be pulled in for upgrades sooner because they have the capability to sort of keep up with the North Carolinas and such. But if they pull that off, then the British are probably more likely to go for something like F3 rather than O3, i.e. a battle crew, well, loosely termed battle cruiser, considering that British battle cruisers by the 1920s were effectively fast battleships themselves. But yeah, they'll probably go for an F3 rather than an O3 for their own, and they're going to demand more. I think they'll probably ask for a like for like, i.e. we get 3 F3s for the 3 fast Colorados. The Japanese with the Nagato and Mutsu probably will be alright with that, to be honest, because the fast Colorados are probably going to end up maybe around about the same level of protection, give or take, as the Nagatos. Same kind of weaponry, and they're within a knot or so of speed. So the Japanese are probably not going to mind as much as the British. Christian Slot Hulk. Who would get the most medals? Jellicoe at the Battle of Jutland if the Royal Navy had proper armour-piercing shells. Jellicoe at Jutland but guesses right or is given proper information and crosses Shears T at dawn. Beatty if the Battle of Jutland happened as historical and the Battle of Texel then happens as described in your video about that. And could any of these battle Nelson for prestige in the Royal Navy? I don't think in any of those scenarios either Jellicoe or Beatty would exceed or equal Nelson for prestige. I mean, the victory would be fairly decisive, but whereas Nelson's victory led to British dominance of the sea for the rest of the Napoleonic Wars, and then British continued dominance of the sea for 100 years after, the British decisively winning Jutland or even Texel, I mean, the closest would probably be maybe if Jellicoe at Jutland crosses Shears T at dawn off of Horns Reef. Then if the British are able to leverage that into continuing dominance over the oceans, then he might be seen as a latter-day Nelson. But without that ongoing British supremacy at sea, the legacy just can't be as powerful. But of those three, in terms of most medals, I think the second option, Jellicoe at Jutland, but he then crosses Shears T at dawn the following day. Because if he had proper AP shells, as I sort of roughly guesstimated, they might have knocked out 4 or 5 more German ships. So they get a victory, but it would be the kind of victory that Nelson didn't like, i.e. you've taken a chunk out the enemy fleet, but you haven't annihilated it. Whereas Jellicoe at Horns Reef stands a much greater chance of a battle of annihilation against the German Navy, and by it happening in mid-1916, that's enough time for the British to significantly exploit that victory. Whereas if Beatty leads the Grand Fleet to victory at a theoretical 1918 Battle of the Texel, it will go down as a huge and honourable fight, but also a fight that didn't actually really need to happen because Germany was losing anyway. So there's, apart from just at the negotiating table, there's not a lot of war left in which the British can actually exploit any victory they win there. João Rita, early in the 19th century, if France rediscovers the formula for Greek fire, how do they use it versus the Royal Navy? It'll be in boarding actions, basically. Because, close range combat and boarding actions were very definitely a thing in the early 19th century, so the French tactics would probably be something in the region along the lines of, if they can invent a hollow, well, they can invent a hollow-filled shell, so but instead of having gunpowder, pack it full of Greek fire, and then get close enough to unleash a fairly accurate, devastating broadside, but not too close that you then immediately get set fire to. So, either use it hand grenades and boarding actions, or more likely get close enough to launch to sort of guarantee hitting a British ship with at least half your guns, and then just blast them with a huge wall of Greek fire and then sail away as fast as possible before you get set on fire as well. Knight 6831, was the British getting usurped by the US as a global superpower inevitable? Not necessarily. Economically and industrially, it was entirely possible for the US to do so, and obviously they did, as time went on, given the historical timeline. But that relies on two things. One, 2 world wars to severely weaken the British Empire economically, and industrially and manpower-wise, and all the various developments that were being planned in the 1900s for the British Empire. And 2, the political will of the United States, because the US spent an awful lot of time in the 19th century and the early 20th century being very isolationist. So if, the US industrially and economically could have built a fleet to challenge the High Seas Fleet or even challenge the Royal Navy in the 1900s and the 1910s, but they didn't because Congress refused to give them the money. The Congress then opened the floodgates at the end of the 1910s, but that's another matter. So, if Congress stays isolationist and the world wars don't go the way they did, or if they, although maybe don't happen at all, then the potential for the US to eclipse the British Empire is possibly there, but it's not guaranteed to be realised unless circumstances align and the political will is there. Chazix, if HMS Hood on its maiden voyage encounters a final countdown style storm and ends up on the night of the 14th of April 1912, 5 miles from Titanic as she collides with the Iceberg, her radio's been destroyed, can Hood save all the people from Titanic? And what impact would Hood have on naval development, assuming it can't go to its original time? Well, the British are going to look at Hood and go, great, our 15-inch guns work. This is good. Her speed, and the fact you've got her small tube boilers are giving her the highest amount of speed, will probably make Jellicoe beat the shipyards over the head and demand they rip out and change the Queen Elizabeth's larger tube boilers for small tube boilers. But, I mean, Hood was in preparation for being laid down in 1916, only 4 years after. So, apart from showing the potential of what could have been done, the fact that 15-inch gun is a perfectly workable thing and the small tube boilers are definitely the way to go, and scaring the life out of everyone because it's massive, it's kind of going to solidify and guide the Royal Navy's developments. But I think the single biggest change is probably going to be faster Queen Elizabeths and Revenge class. And obviously they can also... Oh, that's the other thing, of course. They'll be able to take her fire control and direction equipment, which is obviously late 1919, 1920s latest, and shouldn't be too hard to replicate it for the Grand Fleet prior to the start of World War One, which will make the Grand Fleet's shooting even worse for anyone who gets in the way. In terms of can they save all the people from the Titanic, physically they've got the space. And if they're 5 miles away when the Titanic collides with the iceberg, they've got the time. I mean, at that point, time-wise, they've got the time and speed to just motor on up to the Titanic and physically take people off side by side. It's not going to be the most comfortable, but yeah, they could rescue everybody from the Titanic, at least for long enough for other ships to come up and help share the load. Could a 15-inch shell have destroyed the iceberg? No. Not even an atomic-tipped 15-inch shell could probably have done that. You know, the whole 90% of it's underneath the water. Plus, also, if Titanic's just hit the iceberg and you fire a nuke at it, that's rather compromises the whole save the people on the Titanic thing. Yeah, Grey Ghost also pointing out, yeah, it'll be loaded with Green Boy shells, which will help the British AP shells at that point. Jason Hawk, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 10 questions away from wrapping up the Patreon questions. Admiral Tiberius, if 2 or 3 S-class subs have been deployed north of Pearl Harbor a few days before the morning of December 7th on a training cruise, they spot the Japanese Navy readying its strike. How do you think it could change history? The Mark 10 was slow, but at least it worked. It worked most of the time. It had some deep running issues as well. If they spot the Japanese Navy readying its strike, it depends what orders they've got. If they're purely out on a training cruise, they're probably going to try and radio home, at which point whether or not the signal is received before some destroyer or an aircraft puts them down is one thing. But the US Navy was on a fairly aggressive footing even before December 7th, 41, in terms of their shoot-to-kill orders. So they could theoretically have put a bunch of torpedoes into the Japanese carriers, or at least given it a good go at, which, even if they don't succeed, even if the torpedoes run deep, even if they never actually get to fire the torpedoes because the Japanese escorts go after them, it will probably disrupt the Japanese attack enough that they can get a warning off to get the Pacific Fleet up to readiness before the main Japanese strikes arrive. So, Pearl Harbor is more destructive for the Japanese and less destructive for the US. Brian Roper, December 1894. What brains exist in Congress and Parliament are swapped. The coffers are opened up for the US Navy and dry up for the Royal Navy. How would the two fleets go about building their respective fleets over the next 20 years, and what would those ships look like? Okay, so Parliament is now massively throttling the Royal Navy. Congress is just going, open season. So for the US Navy, that's actually fairly easy. It's just look at what they built historically, only more. So about the only thing you really have to come up with is a half-decent protected cruiser design. I suppose they could just rejig the Olympias at that point. They'll have enough money for them. But yeah, it should just be the same pre-dreadnoughts and destroyers and armoured cruisers that they were building, just more of them at that point going through. Although 1894, they're still going to have a little bit of an experimental period while they try and actually, design some half-decent ships in the first place. Whereas, I mean, if Parliament tries to throttle the Royal Navy in the 1890s the way that Congress tried to throttle the US Navy, Parliament's probably going to get voted out at the end of its term. But if for whatever reason all the British political parties want to throttle the Royal Navy and they're not immediately lynched in the streets by the general public, it's very difficult, because actually in 1894 the pre-dreadnought type is coming in, so the Royal Navy can't abandon building battleships in an effort to keep up its cruiser numbers. But if they just concentrate their resources on keeping up the battle fleet numbers, then they're going to fall behind in cruisers and destroyers, which they need for colonial operations. So at that point, there's probably going to be a mix of scrapping some of the reserve fleet and bringing some of the other bits of the reserve fleet back online to try and kind of do a poor man's cruiser job. But fundamentally, the level of economic throttling that Congress did on the US Navy in the 1890s and 1900s is incompatible with the Royal Navy being the glue that holds the British Empire together. So either the British Empire is probably picked apart by opportunists because the Royal Navy physically can't do much about it, or Parliament gets voted out. Brian Smith, what if Prince Eugen stays with Bismarck, heads to France? Does this really increase the chance of Bismarck making it to France? And if Bismarck makes it, does it really do anything or become more like Turbot's in Norway? If Prince Eugen stays with Bismarck and heads to France, no, it doesn't. It actually makes the chances of Bismarck making it to France worse. Because remember, there was that whole complicated nighttime maneuver where they managed to break contact. There was this whole circling back thing. They broke contact to get Prince Eugen out into the Atlantic. If they don't do that, then if Prince Eugen and Bismarck just stay together, will Suffolk and Norfolk just keep tailing them, at which point they're going to come under concentrated attack much earlier. There's not going to be that intervening period of where the heck has Bismarck gone. And early on, at least, there's no reason for Prince Eugen to tow Bismarck. I suppose once the rudders hit, if Prince Eugen is able to tow Bismarck, that might get it moving at a slightly faster pace in the direction of France. But given that they're going to come under attack a lot sooner, that probably cancels each other out at best. And Prince Eugen doesn't stand much of a chance of fighting off a pair of British battleships and the various cruisers that were poking around. And Ark Royal sitting there about to launch an airstrike anyway. So, yeah, at that point it's just a case of, well, the attack comes sooner and the British probably throw in a couple more airstrikes to cripple or destroy Prince Eugen before closing in with everything else. Warren Jervey, assuming that during Operation Catapult in 1940, the Vichy government, wishing to avoid a disaster in Mers el Kabir and Alexandria, agrees to a grand bargain with Britain that all French naval assets of destroyer or larger size in French African ports are to be sailed to French Indochina and decommissioned there. It would be further stipulated that such ships are not to leave the boundaries of the Pacific until the war is over. All ships in the French African ports undergoing construction and undergoing refit and repair will be given until March of 41 to complete work and transit to Indochina. Fast forward to summer 41, Japan is threatening to occupy French Indochina, causing the local naval commander to consider options to avoid handing the French fleet over to the Japanese. What would be the effect of opening the war in the Pacific if either, one, free French influence in the fleet at this time results in the fleet being moved to Singapore to cooperate with the British, but honouring the commitment not to leave the Pacific, or free French influence is not sufficient to fulfil this scenario, resulting in the fleet being sailed to neutral San Diego for internment. However, by Pearl Harbor, free French influence will have grown much stronger, resulting in an agreement to cooperate with the US Navy. The promise not to leave the Pacific will still be honoured. So in the latter scenario, i.e. the majority of the French fleet is cooperating with the US Navy after Pearl Harbor, initially it probably doesn't have that much effect, again because of the fast fleet oiler problems that the US has. They'll be quite happy, I suspect, to have things like Dunkirk and Strasbourg and maybe Richelieu around, because that does give them some fast capital ships to use as carrier escorts and such immediately, whilst they're waiting for North Carolina and Washington to sort out their propeller issues and indeed commission. But the fuel is still going to be a major problem for them. So once more fast fleet oilers start coming online, then great. And hilarious enough, that means Admiral Lee will be able to have free French battleships following him around at Guadalcanal. Dunkirk and Strasbourg versus Hie and Kirishima, anybody? But it's going to be kind of a slow burn thing, where sort of by mid 43, as more and more logistic resources come online, then you start seeing them. Whereas when the Japanese start making eyes at French Indochina, the French fleet immediately moves to Singapore, that makes things slightly more difficult for the Japanese, because you've got French cruisers, French destroyers, at least Dunkirk and Strasbourg, a bunch of older, slower battleships, probably not particularly useful. Richelieu's going to have problems completing, but probably still somewhat powerful. But then when the British send force said, you've then got Repulse, Prince of Wales, Richelieu of some description, Dunkirk and Strasbourg as a much bigger, fast capital ship force with a lot of cruisers and destroyers available for escort. Now, that's not to say the Kido Butai can't cause some major problems, but the Kido Butai has a lot of places to be in the opening days of the Japanese campaign, which is going to make things interesting, because the Japanese could send 4 Congos down, and that would be a problem for Prince of Wales and Repulse, but 4 Congos against 5 fast capital ships, 2 of which are fast 35,000-ton fast battleships, that's not so much of a problem for the Allies. At which point the Japanese are going to be looking at, okay, well, we need to send out Nagato and Mutsu at the very least. And even then, may not be such a brilliant idea, because without Nagato and Mutsu, 4 Congos can't take on the 5 Allied capital ships. But with Nagato and Mutsu, the Allied force can outsail them, and as you've got all the escorts and such like as well. So yeah, a free French, sort of Mers El Kabir and Alexandria combined, and French African ports fleet combined as a free French fleet at Singapore at the start of the Pacific campaign is a massive spanner in the works for the Japanese, at which point they're going to throw a lot of aircraft at them. Vokir asks, in your US mothball fleet video, you mentioned that 60 of the Wicks and Clemson class were scrapped with dodgy boilers, and thus the 60 best conditioned reservists were pulled into active duty. If for whatever reason this hadn't occurred, what difference would those 60 additional destroyers have made to the US by the time mobilisation was a concern? Could the British have lobbied for access to more or better upkept ships in the destroyers for bases deal? They probably could have got some ships that were in better condition. They might have argued for more ships, because you've got to remember that the destroyers for bases deal, when it was written, the point from the US side of things was, okay, we're mobilizing. Which ships do we need for mobilization? Okay, and from that, we take those, and then what's left, this is what we can afford to give to the British. If they have an additional 60 destroyers going, then, well, there's probably at least another 50 Wicks and Clemsons that they won't immediately need. I mean, there'll probably be some kind of split. So basically, I think you'll have more Wicks and Clemsons available for the Royal Navy to have in the destroyers for bases deal, but also the US Navy will probably pull a few more better conditioned ones out of reserve to use for various things. I mean, there were a lot of different uses for Wicksons and Clemsons. A lot of them got turned into things like APDs, or fast troop transports and such. So I think, yeah, the US Navy will have a much wider fleet of Wicks Clemson conversions, whilst simultaneously being able to send more ships to help with convoy escort duty. So, I mean, in terms of difference, it's not going to make a massive difference in the Pacific campaign early on. The APD conversions took some time, and the US had enough modern fleet destroyers, at least at the start, to be able to just use those. But in the Atlantic, another 20 or 30 destroyer ocean escorts for the convoys could have made a substantial dent in U-boat numbers. Nembal Nembosico asks, 1939, World War II doesn't happen, but France and Italy declare war on each other due to their eternal rivalry. What will be the naval outcome? Now, I think I've covered something similar to this before, but basically in 1939 and early 1940, Italy has a decisive advantage because Italy has 4 modernised, or nearly completed modernised, old battleships. The French don't have any modernised old ships. They do have Dunkirk and Strasbourg, but the Italians are in the process of onboarding Littorio and Vittorio Veneto. Richelieu's nearly done, but not quite. Jean Bar's a fair bit away from being done. And Impero and Roma are far, far, far closer to being done than Clemenceau and Gascogne were. So, in capital ship terms, the Italians have a slight edge over the French. And if some of the early engagements go the Italians' way, especially if they manage to hit stuff, they can exploit that advantage and build on it. I mean, destroyers and cruisers is a little bit more of a wash. The French have arguably one of the best heavy, if not the best heavy cruiser of the interwar period in the Algerie, but they only have one. Whereas, the Zaras aren't half bad and there's more than one of them. So, in the smaller ships, the destroyers and cruisers, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But the Italians do have a bit of an upper hand in the capital ship department. Ferris, which naval commanders during the scope of the channel's purview would do the best in a game of hide and seek? Assuming the game takes place aboard HMS Warspite, who would do best? Would Admiral Cunningham be able to use his knowledge of the ship and its workings to best hide or seek? Would Admiral Persano be able to remain undiscovered for so long? Naval commanders who could play the best game of hide and seek aboard Warspite? Well, probably Persano, because he'd just leave without telling anyone. So you'd scour Warspite from Bilge to the Crow's Nest, never find him, and then discover he was, taking drinks in Alexandria's officers' club and hadn't told anyone that he'd left, and leave everyone very confused. Admiral Rozesvensky would probably do a good job of hiding in plain sight. He'd just set up a boxing match on the quarterdeck and pretend to be one of the sailors. At which point he disappears into the crowd. Other than that, I mean, the other one would probably be someone like Admiral Cochrane, because he'd, like Persano, he'd probably just leave, but he'd leave and go off and be off capturing something else completely random. Paul Goyne, if 4 of the Revenge class had been sunk in late August 1923 by, let's say, a random tsunami, how useful would the Iron Dukes have been in World War II, and might the Royal Navy have modernised them more than they historically did to the Revenges on the grounds that they needed it more? They wouldn't have been as useful, and I don't think the Royal Navy would have spent the resources on them, because bear in mind, obviously, the Royal Navy's plans were initially for the Revenges to be replaced by the King George V's, and then when it looked like tensions were building, it was they were going to keep them around long enough for the last King George V and the first Lions to start replacing them. And with the Iron Dukes being older and less capable, that is going to be even more of a factor. In fact, they might even start building the King George V slightly earlier, and therefore bringing the Lions forward as well a little bit, in order to be able to more rapidly replace the Iron Dukes, because they're smaller, they're slower. Remember, they're 2 knots slower starting. They're less heavily armoured. They've got more guns, but lighter guns. And originally they're still burning coal with a bit of oil spraying. So they might have put a little bit more work into their engines, making them pure oil burners. But they're, with 13.5-inch guns, they're very, very much inferior to the Queen Elizabeth's, Renown, Repulse, Hood, Nelson, Rodney, etc. So I think the Royal Navy probably would have been doing its level best to divest themselves of those ships as soon as possible, rather than anything else. Todd Webb, spinning off somebody else's November Patreon with the Turks building in US yards, assuming the Royal Navy blocks them from getting to Turkey and then they reverse go into Germany. How much does having Erin and Agincourt in the High Seas Fleet instead of the Grand Fleet shift the balance of power? And they reverse go into Germany. Well, I mean, if the Royal Navy's blocking them from getting to Turkey, they can just as easily block them from getting to Germany, because, you know, the English Channel's the thing. But if by some bizarre happenstance, not only do these ships actually get delivered on time and they somehow end up in the German fleet, it shifts the balance of power somewhat. It makes the 1914 balance of power worryingly close, although the Royal Navy technically just about maybe still has an advantage, but not all that much of one. Because obviously it's effectively changing the balance of power by 4, because it's -2 for the British, +2 for the Germans, as compared to historically. But it basically would put the Germans perhaps in a situation of use it or lose it for 1914, which was historically the closest they would come to being able to sort of fight the Grand Fleet on something close to equal terms. Not actually legal terms, but equal terms, but close to. It's just the longer that the war goes on, the Germans don't have a major building program coming online the same way that the British do. So the longer the war progresses, the more of an advantage the Grand Fleet has. And probably by 1916, the fact that Erin and Agincourt are on one side and not the other probably doesn't make all that much of a difference. In fact, it might make things worse for Germany in the long term, because Resistance, Renown and Repulse probably don't get cancelled if the balance of power is so much closer. Commodore Squid, which is the last Patreon question for the minute, asks, in a hypothetical scenario, CSS Alabama is purchased by an eccentric businessman instead of sailing on a technicality. The design is modified to include an armoured citadel around the engines of about 3 to 4 inches thickness. She's rearmed with 3 68-pounders, one at the stern, 2 echelon amidships in the citadel. This launches in 1863, and its new captain sets his sights on raiding the seas with impunity. How much chaos could he inflict upon the seas before someone inevitably hunts him down? I mean, with a relatively small armament like that, probably not a tremendous amount. I'd anticipate he might have the 68-pounders, but he's probably going to be carrying 18 or 24, maybe 32-pounders in greater profusion on the upper deck, just to dissuade merchant ships from trying to run away or resist him. Although then the 3 68-pounders might remain his main punching power in an actual engagement with another warship. But if it's got this initial sort of effectively early secondary battery, well, you look at the chaos Alabama managed to inflict, but you've also got to remember one of the reasons Alabama was in a French port in the first place was because she was getting quite worn from all the sailing she was doing. So probably have a similar level of success to Alabama, maybe a bit more, but she's still going to have issues with wearing out. The difference is that when she then goes to fight Kearsarge, the sort of devastating hull hit that she took that ended up doing a major portion, contributing in a major way to her sinking, probably is protected by her armour, and of course she can drop lots of firepower on, 2 guns worth of firepower at any given time onto Kearsarge. So the battle's probably going to go on for a lot longer, although it's probably going to mean that Kearsarge might well lose, because she has at a form of armor, but the chain armor she has probably isn't going to help her against 68-pounders. And obviously, as I say, Alabama has better protection at this point. But then, by the time the battle's over, Alabama's still going to be shot up enough that she's going to have to go back into port for extensive repairs. By the time that she's finished with those, there's probably either going to be one or more Union warships waiting for round 2 off port, or possibly the entire war has ended anyway. And that, as far as my notes say, is that for the Patreon questions. So, quickly rattling through the Super Chat questions that have built up. Michael O'Brien, HMS Warspite versus CV6, whose career was more impressive and whose scrapping was greatest sin? I think I've covered this before. I would personally say Warspite just. Largely on 2 grounds. One, Warspite fought through 2 world wars. Enterprise, for all the massive amounts of action she saw in the Pacific, quote-unquote, only fought through 1. And whose scrapping was the greatest sin, therefore, in terms of historical legacy, just about Warspites. Because she lived longer, she accomplished a broader swathe of operations. And although there wasn't another Yorktown preserved, well, because there wasn't another Yorktown afloat by the end of the war, other US carriers, albeit all Essex class, were preserved, whereas no British battleship was preserved. So, Warspite, but only by a relatively thin margin. Thomas Hobarth, what is the difference between light and heavy cruisers? Somewhat artificial distinction created by the London Naval Treaty, but basically a light cruiser is a ship that has guns of up to 6.1 inch or 155mm caliber, and a heavy cruiser is a ship that has a main armament that's bigger than that, but no bigger than 8 inches or 203mm. That is basically the precise definition of the dividing line between the lights and the heavies. UNSC forward onto Dawn. Suppose the Royal Navy builds a class of Lillicrap's 12-inch armed light battle cruisers to counter the Deutschland class. How effective would they be in World War II, and what effect would they have on the conflict? Horrible things. The most annoying thing is they might actually take tonnage, or they might either force early scrappage of other ships that might be useful, or delay the building of the King George V. But assuming that, let's say that they're just built for whatever reason, and the British kind of drag their feet on decommissioning ships long enough for the naval treaty system to collapse anyway. I mean, they'd be pretty effective against the Deutschlands. They actually have proper armour, especially against 11-inch shells. And they can, well, depending on which design, but some of them are faster. They'd be very effective against cruisers generally. So taking on, like, Admiral Hipper, even potentially facing off against the Scharnhorst. That'd be an interesting fight in that, 11 and 12-inch armed ships both fighting each other, but with armor designed to cope with guns significantly heavier. If we talk about the faster battle cruiser types, they'd make pretty decent escorts for aircraft carriers. Might free up some of the heavier units to do that kind of thing. And of course, you'd eventually see them covered in AA guns and such. And depending on what ships are otherwise available, you might see them kind of standing in line in the Mediterranean, especially because they'd, again, in theory, be somewhere in the ballpark of being able to go toe-to-toe with the older Italian ships. And they'd be very useful fighting the Italian cruisers, because, again, of their size and armament. So, yeah, I think where they'd be most useful, other than occasionally going after the Deutschlands early on in the war, would be in the Mediterranean fighting the Italians. They might actually be quite useful, but only if they're kind of dropped in as a in addition to, rather than an instead of something else, which would be a lot more useful. Because, a single 12-inch light battle cruiser isn't going to scare off Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. They'll probably attack it, whereas a single 15-inch capital ship historically did scare off Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. UNSC forward onto Dawn. Did you ever read Calling Base 10 by Douglas Castle? No, I have not. In fact, I've not even actually heard of that. I'll have to look it up. If you recommend it. Knight 6831, would Scapa Flow be a useful base if the Royal Navy kept the base? You mean like these days? The main problem with Scapa Flow is, as a base, is it's quite remote. So its main uses were, one, it was somewhat defensible against threats of the time. Two, it allowed for long-range gunnery practice. As post-World War II goes on, gunnery practice becomes less of an issue. Also, the other thing is Scapa Flow is very big. You can fit a lot of ships into it. As the Royal Navy downsizes, the need for a massive base like anchorage like Scapa Flow diminishes. Would it be a useful base? It might have some utility, especially for the fact to be quite north in the Cold War, I suppose, against Russia, but most of the major factors that made Scapa Flow so useful to the Royal Navy in World War I and World War II don't really exist afterwards. Or if they do, they gradually go away. Isaac Gwynn, the Japanese Sokutai, as depicted in War Thunder, has a hollow propeller. Why did this not feature on larger or later vessels? Well, without knowing the exact details of why that particular design in War Thunder has a hollow propeller, I would say from an engineering standpoint, on larger vessels, you don't want a hollow propeller because the sheer amount of stress and force that you're putting through that propeller, something hollow is therefore, yes, it's lighter, but it's also far less strong, and you're very likely to damage, twist, or tear it at that point if you make it too hollow. And if you don't make it that hollow, you're not making all that much savings, and you're still introducing a degree of weakness. There's a lot of things when it comes to things with the square cube law where something works really well on a small scale but is horrible on a large scale, and vice versa. Things like hydrofoils, for example. Hydrofoil's brilliant if you want to move through the water at high speed in a small to medium tonnage craft. But if you try and put hydrofoils on a 35,000 plus ton battleship or aircraft carrier, well, one, it's probably not going to work, and two, if you do somehow manage to make it work, you're going to put, so much stress and force on those things that you're probably going to have a very, very, very explosive accident very quickly. Miles McCaskill asking, top 3 salvos from the Age of Sail and or Steam that had the biggest impact on world history. Yeah, that's a hard one, because in terms of individual effect, this is the thing. In terms of individual effects, you can point to some very devastating salvos in the Age of Sail or Steam. Things that caused entire ships to be basically crippled or destroyed in a single volley. But if you're looking at overall impact on world history, the salvo itself doesn't have to be massively devastating against an enemy ship. It could be that the firing of that salvo initiates something that has a major change. Because it means, Bismarck's salvo against Hood, very big impact on Hood, not that big an impact on world history, because Bismarck ended up getting sunk a bit later on anyway. So, the best you could hope for there would be maybe to argue that the impact on world history of not having Hood around for the rest of the Second World War, but the Allies won anyway. So okay, well, thinking across the entire time period, perhaps... Okay, yeah, one salvo that had a massive impact on world history would be the salvo that a British ship fired at a Dutch ship when the Dutch ship refused to lower its flags in salute in the English Channel, which ultimately would spiral up into being the first Anglo-Dutch War, and thus leading to a whole series of Anglo-Dutch wars, which absolutely did change the face of world history, because up until that point the Dutch had a very good shot at being at least the world's premier maritime power. Indeed, at the time they were the world's premier maritime power in terms of trade. And then they gave it a good shot at trying to be the world's major maritime power in terms of, warships as well, military power. But that salvo that started the Anglo-Dutch War, although the Dutch did get... Yeah, they got a few over on the British in some of those wars. The overall effect of at least the first three Anglo-Dutch wars was to leave the Royal Navy in a position of greater strength and capability against their enemies, as opposed to the Dutch, who kind of got ground down over time. Dr. Kaiju, if you had to pick one ship class in the US Pacific Fleet that did the most to defeat Japan, what would you choose? Oh, ship type is easy, but ship class is harder. Because the thing is, it's very tempting to say the Essexes, because the Essexes basically gave the US Navy the big blue blanket that just smothered the Japanese in from sort of mid-43 onwards. But at the same time, if it wasn't for other classes of ship holding the line until those ships could get there, then what? So, and the thing is, again, you can argue the Yorktowns, but then Hornet and Yorktown were both gone by the end of 42, and you only had Enterprise left. And obviously Enterprise did a lot, did an awful lot to defeat Japan, but it's still only one ship. So in the latter part of the war, Enterprise's contributions are, relatively speaking, minimal compared to the sheer number of Essex that are showing up. I suppose if you're just based purely on sheer numbers and availability throughout the war, you'd probably have to put a coin toss between the Gato type submarine, although again it doesn't do all that much in the early part of the war, but it does something, and really kicks up a notch in the latter part of the war, or possibly the Fletcher class destroyer, because that was present from the beginning, and you can find Fletcher class at pretty much every major important US naval engagement, and usually in large numbers. But for Mars McCaskill, sorry, I just realised we talked about the salvo at the start to the Anglo-Dutch Wars. We've got two other salvos to answer on that question. What other two salvos from the Age of Sail or Steam? Carl von Gusenberg's pointing out maybe if the Svent Istvan wasn't hit by those torpedoes, the Austro-Hungarian raid might have had a serious impact on how Austro-Hungary loses the war. Not whether they lose it itself, but what happens. I mean, possibly, although that is it's a little bit more of an imponderable, because we obviously don't know how that attack would have worked out. The salvos that were fired in late 1914 against the Ottoman defences. Because this is the thing a lot of people forget about Gallipoli. Yes, there was a preparatory bombardment that alerted the Ottomans that the attack was coming, which didn't really help, but there was a much, much earlier bombardment right at the end of 1914, and that is the one that actually probably caused most of the issues for Gallipoli. Because whilst the second bombardment, the main preparatory bombardment, alerted the Ottomans that this invasion was coming, it was the first one that wrecked a bunch of their forts and then gave them several months to turn around to the Germans and say, "Oh, can you help us upgrade our coastal defences?" If that hadn't happened, and you just had the preparatory bombardment, then that preparatory bombardment would have done all the damage to the coastal defences, and the Ottomans wouldn't have had the time to repair and upgrade all their fortifications and put in the minefields and everything, at which point the Gallipoli operation might actually have worked. Or alternatively, they scramble troops and go in 1914 anyway. That might have worked as well. So, yeah, that initial 1914 bombardment of the Dardanelles was probably had a huge impact on world history by effectively being the first domino that made the Gallipoli campaign into the fiasco it turned out to be. And then, of course, if you want to call it a salvo, Pearl Harbor's the easy third, because that got the US into the war in a rather big way. Angelo Brutocao, I think, sorry if I've mispronounced your name. Do you have any interest in channels that cover fictional vehicles and militaries, e.g. Space Dock, etc.? Yes, I do, actually. I quite like those. As you can guess from the background, I'm quite a sci-fi fan. So let me look through some of my subscriptions. I'm definitely subscribed. I know I'm subscribed to Space Dock and have been for quite a while. Got subscribed to a surprising number of modelling channels as well, as in, like, you know, how to build and paint models, not the other kind of modelling. I have a lot. I should probably do a bit of a prune of my subscription list. E.C. Henry, I'm subscribed to him. He covers... E.C. Henry's actually an absolutely brilliant channel, especially if you like Star Wars, but also generally. He's a really good channel. Really nice guy as well, actually. Eckhart's Ladder, subscribe to him. He also covers a lot of sci-fi vehicles. Sorry, I'm just going through. There's a lot of other channels I'm subscribed to that have nothing to do with sci-fi, but I know there's a few more around here. I've also subscribed to a bunch of channels that cover sci-fi stuff, but they're not fixated specifically on military vehicles and vessels. Meta Nerds mostly does lore rather than the vehicles themselves. More modelling stuff. More modelling stuff. More lore. That's my airsoft section. Space Dock's there. Tabletop stuff. And Templin, yeah, I'm subscribed to Templin Institute. That must have been a while ago. Don't remember doing that, but I am apparently. So yeah, I think that's all the current sci-fi vehicle dominated channels I'm subscribed to. I've not really had that much of interest in Battletech, so I'm not subscribed to any of those. Sacred Cow Shipyard, SF Ship Channel. Oh, I'm also subscribed to Venom Media, I think. Something like that. They do a lot of Star Trek stuff. Yeah, I'll take a look at Sacred Cow Shipyard. They do seem to have interest. They have flagged up in my suggested box a few times, but I'm subscribed to like 180 channels, so I really do need to prune them a bit. I saw a few which I haven't really watched any videos of for a while. Hendog1000 asks, Admiral Lee is sent back in time and put aboard HMS Lion 6 months before Jutland. Can he fix the battlecruiser shooting in time for Jutland? Yes. Yes, very definitely. Give Admiral Lee 6 months with the battlecruisers and they'll be basically sniping things from 20,000 yards. Certainly his flagship will, at least. Also because Lee actually understands... I mean, you're talking about an Admiral who understands things down to the finer arts of exactly how much his gun charges weigh. If you think he's going to go down and look at British magazine practices in the battlecruisers in World War One and not basically tear everybody to shreds and then rebuild how the the battlecruisers are handling their gunnery and ammunition practices from the ground up, you've got another thing coming. He's going to completely revolutionise the battlecruiser fleet, given half a year. Whiskey Delta Golf. Which, if any, World War One or World War Two ships could have been improved if Vickers had managed to sell their owners some 14-inch guns in place of their main batteries? Well, I mean, Vickers were trying to market the 14-inch gun pretty early. Agincourt was at one point supposed to have them, but ended up with 12-inch guns because it was cheaper. Vickers did try and sell their 14-inch gun around the time that Colossus and Hercules were being built. So, I mean, Agincourt would definitely have an improvement. Colossus, Hercules, and Neptune, well, yeah, again, they're 12-inch gunships, so they'd have an improvement with 14-inch guns. Whether or not the Orions, King George V's, and Iron Dukes would be massively improved, I don't think they'd be massively improved by having Vickers 14-inch as opposed to the 13.5, but maybe a little. Yeah, the Erin, Alma, and Torre. I mean, if they'd managed to sell the 14-inch gun to the British with, so, say, Colossus, the Colossus class, or Hercules, and then the British standardised on the 14-inch gun, and then everybody else that was, like, as I say, Erin, Canada, and Agincourt had all been built with 14-inch guns, although at least one of them already was, that might have definitely helped, but that would help in an overall sense rather than a bunch of them. Apart from the 12-inch ships, their firepower would be arguably not that much greater, but having the uniformity would definitely be helpful. Thomas Hobarth, would it be possible to upgrade an Iron Duke with 14 or even 15-inch guns? 15-inch, not so much. It's probably marginal to upgrade the Iron Duke physically from 13.5 to 14-inch guns. The bigger problem, and this is always the problem when it comes to upgunning your ships, is not necessarily strictly upgunning the ships in terms of caliber, especially if you're going 13.5 to 14-inch, because the weight and space requirements are not that much drastically larger. But it's the ammunition systems, because the ammunition hoist systems are designed for shells of a certain diameter and a certain length. If you go beyond that to any great degree, you're going to then have to rip out and redo the entire magazine and shell hoist facilities. So a 14-inch shell as opposed to a 13.5-inch shell might be just about within the realms of tolerances that you might be able to squeeze it into the existing shell handling system. Maybe. I wouldn't hold my breath on that. But a 15-inch gun is far larger, far heavier, and the shells would be outsized completely for a 13.5-inch shell handling system. So yeah, I'd say marginally you could upgrade the Iron Duke to 14-inch guns, but you'd get a marginal improvement in firepower anyway. Upgrading it to 15-inch guns, once you've got the Iron Duke hull, it's just not going to happen. Kevin Ree, I grew up on the Great Lakes and had a summer job at college at Put-in Bay. Guide 264 on HMS St. Lawrence was very interesting. Who was the ship named after? Well, I'm pretty sure, having kept an eye on the chat, that that question has very definitely been answered. So hopefully you're happy with that. If not, drop me a line via Discord or email and I can sort you out an answer for another question. Matthew Kidd. He took his nephews to the USS Silversides Museum the other day. Good museum, and I was surprised how much they like roaming the ships. Wouldn't have happened without a channel. Well, I'm very glad that your nephews are able to enjoy trip to Silversides, thanks to the influence of the channel. Yeah, I mean that's really good to hear, and I'm not surprised they liked roaming around the ship because, yeah, somewhere in the region of 4 to 8 years old is probably about when you're the right size to go roaming at speed through a submarine without clocking your head on everything. It's always funny to see the different approaches people take to getting through submarine hatches. I tend to take the running approach, where you either approach a brisk walk or a light jog and throw yourself through legs first and then grab the hatch rim on your way through and swing through. I prefer that method. Other people sort of duck and put their head through and all sorts of weird and wonderful things. Budguy8829, if Pearl wasn't attacked but the Philippines were still attacked and lost in the same way, would the US still have the resolve to win World War II? Most likely. The thing is, Pearl Harbor is a very major, obvious rallying call. But without Pearl Harbor, the Philippines at this point are still viewed as US territory, and there's a lot of US ships and personnel there, so if the Japanese surprise attack the Philippines, that will be the rallying call. Okay, it's not technically... Well, it's not... Yeah, I mean, even Hawaii isn't technically a US state at that point. But it's a bit closer to home than the Philippines are. But I think the media effect would still be the same. And from a national interest strategic point of view, once Japan is effectively throwing down the gauntlet and saying, actually, we intend to take over the Western Pacific region, from that perspective, America can't afford them to do that anyway. So there's that. What's happening here? Okay, the Legacy is saying, right, with regards to HMS St. Lawrence, Kevin wanted me to relay this question once. Probably named after the St. Lawrence River, but what was Lawrence Bay River named after? So I'm pretty sure that the St. Lawrence is actually named after the St. Lawrence River, which, I mean, it makes a certain amount of sense. Although, interestingly enough, the two successor first rates that were being built were named more traditionally after people rather than locations. Wolf were HMS Wolf, obviously named after General Wolfe, and where's the other? I had the reference up from when I was doing my work on the 5-minute guide. Let me call up my notes. Yeah, Wolfe and Canada were going to be the successors. Yeah, the successors to St. Lawrence. Let's get rid of the notes there. So that's the Pearl Harbor Resolve question. So yeah, where were we? Oh, no, don't minimize that. So just closing all my various notes. Okay, so what was going back? What the river was named after. Okay, so the river, the St. Lawrence River, although St. Lawrence sounds very English, it's, as with most things when the English had encountered the French, a corruption of the French. So the St. Lawrence, the river itself had a number of different names at the time when it was discovered. It was mostly discovered and initially charted by French explorers. And as I say, they came up with a number of names for it. But one of the one that eventually stuck and overruled all the others was Saint Laurent, which is in English St. Lawrence, which is named after Saint Lawrence the Old, Catholic, probably saint. So originally named after whichever Saint Lawrence was. I'm not entirely au fait with Catholic law, but I do know that he's an old saint of the Roman Catholic Church, I believe. So, yeah. So basically, you have this old saint, then the river is named after him, and then the ship is named after the river. Trova or Trova Jacquard, Jacquard, possibly. Drac, are you going to be doing a video on USS Pampanito SS-383? And if you do, would you also talk about the sub it played in a movie as well? Is that one of the museum ships? It looks like it is. Jeremiah O'Brien. Oh, it's in San Francisco. If I have the time when I'm in San Francisco, I will be doing so. But you know, time pressures on my US tour are still quite tight. So yes, at some point I will be doing a video on Pampanito. Whether or not I get film footage to do something about her whilst I'm in the States is a little bit more of an open question, because like, time constraints are very much a thing. STN 1337. I am, well, my passport says I am British. But as some of you will know, I'm half British, half Bolivian. Well, I'd say half English, half Bolivian, but that's not actually true in any way, shape or form. According to my ancestry DNA analysis, I think I'm like 45% Yorkshire. Let me have a quick look. And you know, anyone who knows anything about the UK, like Cornwall, Yorkshire is very much its own thing. Although the family seems to spend most of their time on the Yorkshire-Lincolnshire borders, I'm not entirely sure how that plays into the sort of mechanics of it all. Because my granddad came down to London for work, so I grew up in southwest London, which is why I don't have a Yorkshire accent. Yes, so according to my genetic results, for those of you who are interested, I'm 42% indigenous American from Bolivia and Peru, i.e. basically Inca, which doesn't surprise me in the slightest because, yeah, my mum's not quite but as close to pure-blooded Inca as you can get. I am 37% Yorkshire, because that is apparently a thing, 6% Scottish, 5% Welsh, 5% Sweden and Denmark, that's Viking influence I'm sure, 2% Basque, of all places, 1% Spanish, less than 1% Portuguese, and 1% Cyprus. I didn't know that Cyprus was considered an ethnic group, but apparently it is. So yeah, there's a small trace of Spanish, so probably like maybe one Spanish ancestor 4 or 5 generations back, or possibly 2 or 3, 6 or 8 generations back. But yeah, I'm mostly Yorkshire with a scattering of Welsh and Scottish and a bit of Swedish, which I know that comes from my paternal grandmother's side. But yes, my single largest genetic source is actually ethnic Bolivian, followed by Yorkshire. Graham W. Kidd, do you drink Yorkshire tea? When it's available, although I don't drink tea as much as you might think for me being British. um, that's a little bit. There's a long story, but the short version is that when I was in university, I did a lot of my work with two other guys, mostly because we were probably pretty much the only three people who actually bothered to do our coursework all the time. But we started off all kind of bright early morning people, and over time the other two got a little bit into the whole tea drinking thing and got to the point where I was like, no, I haven't had my third cup of tea this morning, don't even talk to me, I'm not human until then. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll keep the caffeinated intake to when I need it rather than every morning, because I don't want to be in a position where I have to have multiple caffeinated hot drinks just to get out of bed. So yeah. Yeah, Fanderson UFO. Yes, I'm in this wonderful, especially during the summer, and I think if the trip to America has a lot of sun in it, you'll see me go several shades darker. I am in this rather wonderful ethnic group of indeterminate. I'm just off enough that I can maybe pass for somebody from somewhere in the not incredibly pale countries. So as long as I'm not trying to pass myself off as a native of, sub-Saharan Africa, for obvious reasons, but, leave me in the sun for about a couple of months, and I can probably do a semi-convincing imitation of North sort of Mediterranean coast African or Middle Eastern, or pretty much anyone from Mediterranean Europe, or wherever. I'm that random indeterminate ethnicity, but I've been mistaken for all sorts. I mean, for some bizarre reason, I even got mistaken for being a Russian when I went on a field trip to Russia with the university. I mean, it helps that my name actually turns into a very Russian-sounding patronymic, which does help a fair bit when people are looking at ID documents, apparently. But yes, so I have the wonderful advantage of being from everywhere and nowhere at the same time, which it has its advantages, but let's just say when I was in school and people like to find differences to pick on, not so much an advantage. You learn to either fight very hard or run away very fast, depending on the size of the person who's decided to take issue with you at that point. Catfish, Yorkshire Original or Yorkshire Gold? Original mostly. I will drink both, but original I prefer. And yes, Carl von Gazenberg, yes, also honorary Hungarian as well, which is fun. Oh dear. Sorry, Fine Ape 1393, but you can take solace in the fact that having got your copy of US battleships and US destroyers, however much your pocketbook may have hurt buying those two, if you got the new copies from USNI, my pocketbook hurt more sending an original first edition Friedman's US battleships to be turned into confetti for the purposes of the reprint. Whiskey Delta Golf, hypothetical post-war refit Nelson versus Yamato. Well, Yamato's still going to have the advantage. It's got heavier guns, it's got thicker armor, it's got more speed. In some ways, the equation is similar to Yamato versus Iowa in that, except a bit more lopsided. So in bright daylight, flat, calm, long-distance shooting, Yamato's going to have a decisive advantage against Nelson because Nelson can't run away, nor can it really close the distance. Yamato can dictate the engagement range, and then say heavier guns, heavier armor. Okay, Nelson might hit Yamato as much as Yamato hits Nelson, but Yamato's optical fire control was very good. At night, Nelson has a much better chance because Nelson can, especially if it's got post-war refit, can stand off at like 20,000 yards and just bombard Yamato out of existence over time, or at least cripple it as a fighting unit enough to close in and finish it off, hilarious enough probably with torpedoes. But if Yamato gets a bead and starts landing hits, again, it's going to do a tremendous amount of damage. George Newen helpfully telling us that St. Lawrence, the deacon of Rome under Pope Sixtus II, so does that make him Pope 12? Was one of the 7 deacons killed or martyred by the Emperor Valerian, who is also an Adeptus Custodes, in 258, in the year 258. He died at age 33. Well, that's not a long career. Excuse me. Chandran, if the High Seas Fleet had been wiped out at Jutland, what could the Royal Navy do to exploit their dominance? Germany was still protected by minefields and torpedo boats. The first and most immediate thing, if the High Seas Fleet is wiped out at Jutland, is a lot of the escorts, so potentially scout cruisers, but especially destroyers, could be released to enable the convoy system to be set up very quickly and early. I suspect some of the cruisers and such would have been sent overseas to mop up the odd German raider, such as they were, but that's probably less important. You'd probably see you'd see a 1916. It might be a little bit late to try and save the Gallipoli campaign, but they might try anyway. They could definitely have strength to move in and deal with the Austro-Hungarian fleet in the Adriatic, sort that situation out. Basically, mop up a lot of individual places. Possibly, who knows, even try some kind of amphibious operation in the Baltic. Jackie Fisher might actually get his way at that point. So there's a lot of peripheral operations that they can do to either accelerate the fall of other theatres, salvage, maybe a very strong maybe salvage Gallipoli, or close off a bunch of other minor theatres, as well as both strengthening the blockade and strengthening their own convoy system, well, actually starting the convoy system early. So basically strengthening the British hand, weakening the German hand overall. It's okay, yeah, the Grand Fleet is not going to sail into Wilhelmshaven and blow it up and end the war that way, but it's kind of they can tighten the stranglehold that they've got on Germany. Redacted asks, what if all the US standard battleships of the 1940s were turned into Iowas? The US rejoices. They're still going to have fuel issues, but if all the standards are Iowas, then as the fast oilers come online, they're going to end up being able to accelerate the rollout of fast battleship escorts for the carriers much quicker, which in turn might mean that some of the carriers may not die. Maybe something like Hornet, if it's got another couple of carriers with a lot of heavy AA to defend them. You know, it's probably not going to save Lexington, but it might save Hornet. They're not going to have battleships with Yorktown at Midway because of the fuel issues more than anything else. But yeah, you might save Hornet at least. And, well, they're going to be spoilt for choice for Guadalcanal. STN 1337, do I own a boat or ship? The biggest boat I own is my current 2-meter long model, remote control model of HMS Hermes, which I'm looking to donate to a museum. I don't own any boat or ship larger than that at the moment, although I almost lived on a converted tugboat at one point. Jacob Moss, the Espanias get a bad rap because they're seen as bad ships. They are. Could the Spanish have gotten something better in 1908 or refitted the Espanias in the 30s instead of buying new British cruisers, and what could they have gotten? I don't think refitting them in the 30s is going to do them that much good. I mean, yes, in theory, you could redo them in the 30s, give them new fire control, give them, new engines, etc., etc. But effectively, at that point, I suppose at that point, you might be able to turn them into kind of super cruiser. I mean, they're not going to be as fast as a modern heavy cruiser, but you could turn them into a kind of, I guess, a version of the Deutschlands, except possibly better. What exact good that does you, I'm not entirely sure. but I guess it's something. I think, yeah, could they have gotten something better in 1908? Yes, because they spent a certain amount of money to get 3 Espanias. So if they spent the same amount of money to get 2 larger ships, then yes, they could. I mean, and in 1908, I mean, you're not that far off from ships with bigger than 12-inch guns. So if they'd held out in negotiations for a bit, pulled their money to get 2 ships rather than 3, they might have been able to pull off something similar to the Chilean Almirante Lotores or something like that. The Legacy asks, what is the alternate reality version of Mrs. Drac? Friendlier or incredibly evil? And instead of being just a simple mind, does she voice ships like in Azure Lane? Well, let's go to the source. Mrs. Drac, since we've hypothesized that the mirror universe counterpart of myself is in fact beardless and therefore technically good, as opposed to me because I'm obviously the evil one, what would the alternate reality version of you be? Are you like the pit of all evil, or do you just do more voices?
Short-haired and bubbly, probably.
There you go. She says short-haired and bubbly.
As horrifying as that is.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, to be fair, given how hyper Mrs. Drac can get at times, if she was permanently bubbly and sporting a bob cut, I would probably have to be inhaling Chaos Black spray cans on a daily basis to survive. Either that or be having epic knife fights up and down the stairs. One of the two.
Either is acceptable.
Trackside Rail fan. In the pictures I see of Bismarck, the main gun barrels are black. Is this true? And if so, why was it done? I don't believe so. They might have gone... Well, this is the thing. 2 things. One, as the gun barrels are used, paint starts to burn and cook off, especially if they're used quite rapidly. You see this in quite a lot of pictures of ships that have been in intense gunfights in the Mediterranean. There's a few pictures of, say, for example, HMAS Sydney, the Leander class, after its gunfights in the Mediterranean, where the gun barrels are pretty much black with heat scorching. So, depending on the picture when it's taken, it could be that. Some of the German camo schemes may have involved black or darker grey gun barrels. The Germans went through an awful lot of different camo schemes at various points, so they might have painted it black at some point. The other thing you've got to remember is also what lighting conditions the photos were taken in, if they're black and white. I was showing this to somebody a few weeks ago. You can have, and I have actually got multiple pictures of the same ship from the same year and provably in the same camouflage scheme, but depending on the relative light levels in the photographs, it can look like it's got 3 different or 4 different coats of paint. So, you know, if they've massively overexposed the photograph, you get basically what looks like a ship sailing on a small patch of sea, and you can't really see much behind it, and that makes the ship generally look very light, very bright. But you can have a ship of the same photo of the same ship in the same harbour in the same year, sometimes even on the same day, and that's before we get into atmospheric lighting, where the exposure level is different. So you can actually see that in fact they are sitting in front of a harbour and there's buildings and trees and everything on the horizon, but that makes the ship's grey look a lot darker, and everything in between. So, and you get photos of the same ship where it looks almost black because it's actually underexposed. And so, whilst there may be camouflage schemes that the Germans adopted that maybe had black or partially black painted gun barrels, you may also just be looking at a photo where it's been underexposed and it looks black. Because there's certainly photos where of Bismarck where it looks overexposed and you'd think the thing was been painted white. Redacted also asks, what if in an attempt to bring the number of battleships in the Washington and later London naval treaties down, they counted CV tonnage as under BB tonnage. Okay, so basically if you have a combined tonnage, which is the battleship tonnage, just over 500,000 tons for the US and the UK, but you have to have all your carriers and battleships under that heading. Ooh. That would be interesting. I mean, on the one hand, you'd probably have a single weight limit, which is 35,000 tons. You might see a few larger carriers. On the other hand, I think you'd probably see fewer carriers. You'd probably see a slight reduction in the number of battleships, but I think you'd definitely see more carriers, fewer larger carriers, and maybe the big powers go down to a dozen battleships. Sorry, the chat just did a big jump as well. Robert Marmerstein, hope you had a wonderful holiday. Yeah, holiday's gone pretty well. I attended a wedding of two very good friends of mine yesterday, which was very nice to experience. Went to a Japanese restaurant. They had some very nice Wagyu beef, although personally I think I cook my Wagyu beef better. That's largely down to the fact we have very, very good butchers who actually has Wagyu beef at not extortionate prices, about 10 minutes down the road. Which is very bizarre. Of all the places you'd expect to find a high-class butchery around where I live, is probably not one of them. Sorry, I don't read kanji, so I have no idea. And I know this sounds really stupid, but I don't even know whether this person's name is spelled in Chinese, Korean, or Japanese. So my greatest apologies, but whoever you are asked a ship review question. The Imperial Japanese ship Yukikaze, a Gagera-class destroyer later serving in the Republic of China Navy as the Tan Yang. Sure, I'll add her to the list. In fact, I think she's on the list somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but... Graham W. Kidd says, what delineates alternate universes for women? It's obviously not beards. According to Star Trek, it's either skimpy wear or fetish wear. But let's not go there. Nosdormu89, are there any examples of the ship's commanding officer holding a flag rank and they retain command of a ship? Not as a matter of course. There are examples where someone was promoted to flag rank when they were captain of a ship and at sea, and then received the notice of their promotion. So technically they were the captain of the ship, but also of flag rank. And there's a few special operations cases where an admiral came in to command a ship for whatever reason. But normally no. And it wouldn't be for very long. It would basically be until a separate captain could be assigned. But yeah, outside there are examples where a ship's commanding officer held flag rank and retained command of a ship, but they would either be extremely special cases or cases where the promotion of another officer to take the captaincy was pending. Redacted asks, what if Germany attempted Operational Plan 3? I'd have to try and remember what Operational Plan 3 was. Let me see if I can jog my memory. Oh, the Imperial German plan for the invasion of the United States. Yes, of course. That madness. Oh, so okay, Plan 3 is not the one to go into New York. That's Plan 2. Plan 3 is for whatever reason to try and attack Cape Cod, that highly known strategic area of the United States, and pincer Boston. I mean, Sure. I mean, technically speaking, if they pulled that off, they might pull it off initially. Because pre World War One, the Imperial German Army, assuming that the Germans could find enough ships to move it, massively outnumbers and outclasses the very small American army. And of course, they're all concentrating in one specific area. But it would be it would almost be a land-based equivalent of the Japanese actions in the Pacific in World War Two. You'd have a lot of stunning success with local force superiority very early on, and then you'd realise you're in the middle of a very, 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 very big place surrounded by a lot of American resources, and then eventually a lot of very angry Americans would show up. And then you lose, assuming you haven't run out of supplies by that point, or the British haven't watched, and then once they picked themselves up from laughing, just turned up with a blockade and said, yeah, thanks for the high seas fleet, and wandered off with it. Colin Cameron says, do you like curd cakes then? Lemon curd, very definitely. I love me some good lemon curd. I really also miss school jam tart. I've actually found the recipe for primary school era jam tart as you get in UK schools. I really want to make it because no one else does. Tottenham cake's also very rare. I'm very sad. Greg's used to do a good line in Tottenham Cake Squares, but I haven't been to Greg's in about 2 years thanks to lockdown, and I don't know if they still do it. Okay, thank you very much to The Legacy, who has been so far keeping track of all the Super Chats for me. Sean M, have you done a video on the lake with the funny name Lake Tanganyika? Not yet. It's on the list of things to do, as are many other things. Nosdormu89. In Master and Commander, the Acheron is analogous to a US heavy frigate like the Constitution. Did any European powers, barring the Royal Navy, build enemy ships in a similar manner to USS Constitution? Eventually, yes. The Constitution and her sister ships did set a bit of a trend. Obviously, the Royal Navy responded, then everyone else started to respond. So there were some large frigates already. But it was weird. They kind of died out. You had 44, 48, 50, 58 gun ships. And they were the small capital ships, the smallest ones. And then as capital ships moved beyond into 64, 68, and then 74 gun ships being the baseline, they kind of got left behind. So they were no longer large enough to be frontline ships. Although you'd be surprised, 50-something gunships were still frontline warships, even in the age of Admiral Hawke, who was immediately before Nelson. But then as you get into the Napoleonic and Nelson era, they're kind of shuffled off, and they serve out their lives as a kind of large frigate, roughly analogous to USS Constitution. That's where you get the Leopard versus Chesapeake. Leopard's a 50-gun ship. But by the time of the war, 1812, Leopard's been broken up. And then once the US frigates show that these big super frigates are definitely a thing, in the 1820s, late 1810s, early 1820s, other naval powers start building big sort of 40, 50 gun frigates again. And you end up with, by sort of the 1820s, 1830s, the standard frigate is now more along the lines of, what would be considered a US super frigate in the War of 1812. What was previously a corvette is now kind of what would have been a fifth rate, and what would have been a second rate is now the equivalent of a third rate, and so on. It all escalates in that period. Clay Pigeon asks, if in 1920 the UK and US Navy had established a naval alliance with the level of cooperation seen today, replacing the Anglo-Japanese one, how massively does this alter naval history? It completely changes things, because at that point everybody is just going to be very angry with them, because they are the two largest naval powers, and if they're cooperating, no one can outbuild them at all. Japan economically can't compete with one, let alone two. I mean, the Washington Naval Treaty, assuming the UK and US are cooperating at the kind of level they used in the more modern times, there isn't going to be a Washington Naval Treaty because the UK and US can just dictate terms whatever they like to everybody else in naval terms. Because you put, with Germany out of the war, out of the running, you put to, even if everyone else banded together against them, you put the Japanese, French, and Italian navies stacked on top of one another, and they don't even come up to one, let alone both. So yeah, naval history becomes at that point, you do what Anglo-America tells you to do, or you die. It's that simple. The one complicating factor is, of course, shortly thereafter, you get the election of a much more isolationist US government, which makes it less likely for the alliance to continue. But it depends exactly how much, if that alliance is concluded, does that government get actually elected, and if it does, how much are they willing to back out of actual treaties, assuming that obviously Congress actually approves this one, considering was it Congress or the Senate who didn't sign off on US membership of the League of Nations despite it being a US idea in the first place. Daniel Silverthorne. Every submarine built by the Deutsche Kriegsmarine in the 30s and 40s is transformed into the helicopter submarine from the Three Stooges. How does this change things? I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm going to have a look. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, that's the naval war sorted. If every submarine the Kriegsmarine builds for World War II is transformed into that abomination, well, there's nothing. The Allies don't have to worry anymore. I mean, yeah, okay, the thing can fly, but I'm pretty sure a Spitfire can take it out. And that at that size, it ain't going anywhere fast, and it ain't. It's got what, a machine gun to take on shipping. The world's oceans are safe unless they try and turn them into suicide bombs or something. Christopher Medeiros, can you discuss the United States rebuilding, repairing French and British allied ships prior to the US entry into the war? Weren't the Axis powers a bit miffed by this? And also, did the US drydocks have to make a big adjustment to their processes or materials to complete these repairs? Were the Axis powers a bit miffed? Yes. Could they do anything about it? No. At the time, the US was playing very fast and loose with its own rules, but they had what they called theoretically was, I think it was cash and carry, which was basically if you can pay for it and you can collect it, you can have it, which theoretically sounds all well and neutral because in theory a German or Italian ship could turn up with a bunch of money and say we want this, and Americans would quite happily sell it to them. It's just the Americans did all of this in the full knowledge that, the British and French navies in the early part of the war would absolutely prevent the Germans or the Italians from carrying that off in any kind of significant size or capability. And so it was effectively a French and British favouring program, just without having to spell it out. So there was enough of a legal fig leaf that they could bat away any significant objections. As basically, if the German turned around and said, yes, but we can't take advantage of it, the Americans would say, well, that's your problem. Fight your way past the Royal Navy and then come back to us. It's not why is this our issue? And did the US dockyards have to make a big adjustment to their processes and materials? Yes, to a certain degree. Thank you very much, Backman Manuel. It's nice to know my work is appreciated. Now, In terms of... sorry, did the US dockyards have to make a big adjustment to their processes or materials? Yes and no. I mean, the US works in feet and inches, the same as Britain did, and to a large extent still does. Albeit that American imperial measures and British imperial measures are not exactly the same in some cases. So there was a little bit of adjustment to be made, but fortunately an eighth of an inch is an eighth of an inch, and so forth. It was harder for them to work with the French ships because the French are all metric and had been for quite a while, and the US definitely doesn't work in metric in World War II. So, trying to convert millimeters and centimeters and meters into exact feet and inches, that's a little bit more of a problem. I mean, that's why once Richelieu had been refitted, the Americans basically went, we're not doing that again. We did it because it was as effectively as a one-off. We've made a special batch of shells for them, but they weren't going to refit Jean Bart the same way, even though it was floated as an idea a couple of times. But when it came to repairing things like Warspite or Rodney, that wasn't quite as difficult, especially when the British would quite often ship over the parts that they needed to repair them as well. Derethor asks, what would the naval scene look like during World War One if the US joined the Central Powers, and how would it differentiate if the US joined before and after Jutland? Well, this is the main thing. It's like, well, the main thing is if the US outright joins the Central Powers, then all the trade that Britain is doing to keep its war effort going with the US doesn't happen. And that in and of itself makes for potentially war-ending levels of problems for the British, because if they don't have that ability to import goods from the US, but even if the British blockade is enough to keep those same goods away from Germany, then now Britain and France are on a bit of a hiding to nothing because there's a massive gap in their resources. And even if they can use their colonial empires in some way to make up for that, then you have to worry about the US Navy raiding, doing surface raiding, and so on and so forth. So, especially if you're talking about after Jutland in 1917, when the German sub-offensive really almost pushes Britain out of the war. If the US joins the Central Powers outright and starts blocking and attacking Allied surface merchant vessels, it's just the US never has to send a battleship across the ocean. It's just a matter of time before the Britain and France are just going to not be able to sustain their war effort. Realistically, though, the US Navy isn't going to be able to join up with the High Seas Fleet. It's far too difficult a confluence to make, especially given the British are reading all the German codes. And the Royal Navy definitely doesn't want that to happen. So if someone is dumb enough to try and order the US Navy to sail across the Atlantic to meet up with the High Seas Fleet, the British will make absolutely level best sure that the Grand Fleet has either destroyed or beaten off the High Seas Fleet a few days before the US fleet shows up, or vice versa, depending on who shows up in range first. Samperius says, can you talk about Torpedo Alley, or is it on your list of specials to make? It is. There's a lot of specials to make, but covering things like Torpedo Alley is, apart from coming up with a very, very basic summary, is not something that you can really do in a few minutes on a live stream. You have to do it justice on in a full Wednesday special. Sean M. asks, Lake Tanganyika is interesting from a naval point of view, but I meant the other lake with a funny name. That's difficult because there's a lot of lakes with funny names, some of which have more naval history than others. Well, that's my last iron brew. Right, where are we going? Oh yes, chat has decided to do another big jump, so I'm just trying to reorientate myself. Ian Sadler, if the British hadn't got the exemption in the Washington Treaty to build the cherry trees, yeah, so they're not building the Nelsons, what would you have kept instead? So originally the British kept the World War One era King George V's and the Iron Dukes, and then they had to scrap the King George V's when the Iron, or what was left of them, when the Nelsons came into service, and then Tiger and the Iron Dukes went in with the London Naval Treaty and the later 1920s reductions. So, I mean, looking at what the options are, the King George V's are the oldest ships that they have before the Nelsons are built. That's within the tonnage limits. That's what they have to keep. I mean, you could make an argument maybe keeping Lion and Princess Royal maybe more useful than the King George V's. But to be honest, long term, neither of those choices is particularly optimal. So you might as well keep them around as ships to do something. And, you know, if the British are left with Nagato-Mutsu and, you know, Colorado, Maryland, and West Virginia, and they don't have 16-inch ships, they're just going to be sitting there biding their time, waiting for an opportunity. Then the minute they, like, I think at that point, rather than going small, in terms of trying to reduce capital ship tonnage and gun caliber in the London Treaty negotiations, or extending a battleship holiday, the British are probably going to press for something like 16A. Well, they're going to press to be able to start building ships in the early 30s again, starting with something like 16A, just to catch up. BK Zhong, alt history. The US has working submarine torpedoes in 1942, but the Japanese also actually care about anti-submarine warfare. How does this affect the submarine campaign against Japan? There is it has a potential to balance out a bit. But if we assume the Japanese actually care about ASW, as in they have better ASW equipment and training, they are still a bit short on anti-sub escorts. The anti-sub escorts themselves aren't short on bravery. There just aren't that many of them, and they're spread out over a much wider area as compared to, somewhere like the Atlantic convoys. So I think overall, if the US has working torpedoes, that favours them in 42 more than the Japanese having competent ASW favours them in the same period. So obviously, competent ASW will lead to more losses on the US sub-side, but they'll also be inflicting a lot more losses on the Japanese. And you might get to see some kind of, I don't know, contest, do you want to call it? So I mentioned in the video on Wednesday that the US subs went into the war with this idea they were going to use their torpedo data computer to launch based off of sound bearings whilst remaining deep, which does give them a little bit of an edge in terms of survivability against anti-sub warfare attacks, because they're not near the surface initially to start with, although it does compromise the accuracy of the launch bearings, etc. a little bit. But if they have a working Mark 14, we might actually get to see how viable that is as a tactic against convoys or not. Because by the time they actually had working torpedoes, they'd gone more for a German style, either surface or immediately subsurface attack profile for the most part. Clay Pigeon, if Jellicoe had every Japanese and American battleship or battlecruiser built before the 16-inch ships, can he destroy the high seas fleet at Jutland? He could destroy the high seas fleet at Jutland with the ships he had if the Germans would kindly stay in place and let him shoot them. But if he had all of those, what you're talking about, so you're talking about the entire standard run up to the Colorados, plus the Congos, plus the Fusos and Iseis. I mean, of all of those, the Congos are probably the most useful, because that's a fairly useful reinforcement for the battlecruiser fleet. I mean, adding the 4 Fusos and Iseis and the vast numbers of standards, the Grand Fleet's even bigger. So, yes, he can destroy the High Seas Fleet, again, if he can pin them down long enough to shoot them. Although, having that many standards, with their AP shells probably working a bit better, they might work they might work the Germans over better and more in the actual gunfights that exist, which might help them destroy the High Seas Fleet anyway, regardless of anything else. Sampirius, can you name a ship with as notorious and incompetent a crew as Kamchatka? Also, Happy New Year. Yeah, well, we're almost into the second, we're an hour and a half in the UK, away from the second day of 2022, and the skies are dark. They are not aflame. The Eldritch Horrors have yet to rise, so, you know, it's all good so far. Now I've got to remember what the question was. Ship with as notorious and incompetent crews as Kamchatka. They are a bit of a meme, and pretty much justifiably so. Yeah, you struggle to think of something worse. I mean, at least they got their ship to Tsushima for all the good it did them. I suppose you can say that at least. But yeah, I struggle to think of a ship with a worse reputation where it's actually deserved. I mean, you got things like USS Porter, which, as I covered in one of my videos, yes, it did some things that were pretty bad, but not quite as bad as the myth that surrounds it suggests. I mean, Kamchatka does have a few myths and such attached to it, but it's also been subject to a lot of somewhat questionable, I would say, retroactive revisionism, where people have tried to downplay how bad it was. But I don't really buy into a lot of that, because a lot of that depends on people basically trying to be contrarian and trying to use very deceptive wordplay to try and make a point. Like, for example, when they're in Madagascar, and you know, the short version, Kamchatka is there and suddenly is sinking. Okay, so that's the short version. She says, yeah, help, you know, sinking, help. Unfortunately doesn't. Some people are like, well, actually, she wasn't sinking. The Kingston valve had malfunctioned and the engine room was 6 foot underwater. I'm sorry, it's a relatively non-divided repair ship. If a valve has broken to the point that the people who are sent over to repair the ship are alternately swimming or diving in the impromptu pool that your largest compartment on the ship, the machinery spaces, have suddenly become, you're sinking. Yeah. Yes, you're not arbitrarily sinking. There isn't the hand of some divine being that has reached up from the depths and is hauling you back down where you belong. But you are still well in the process of sinking if nobody closes that valve and gets some pumps running ASAP. So the shorthand of the ship signals for help because it's sinking is still accurate. You know, the whole actually is irrelevant at that point. Vintage car history, excellent. Yeah, drop me a return email and we can work out days. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, you know, you don't want to completely overblow things because there's plenty that's tragic, comic, notorious, whatever you want, I mean, naval history, without over-exaggerating things. But at the same time, there are things that are just so spectacularly hilarious or terrible, or almost incomprehensible, but they happened. And, you know, trying to downplay everything as if everything happened completely rationally and by the book. Ask anyone who's ever served in a navy for any extended period of time. The idea that everything always happens completely rationally and by the book, and that disasters aren't averted by, like, skin of your teeth emergency procedures that no sane mind would ever come up with outside of that emergency. You know, that's how the real world operates. Redacted. 3 questions. Could you please sanity the US Alaska class large cruiser? Sanity check? Do you mean sanity check? I don't know. Sanitize? What if the US joined the Anglo-Japanese alliance after World War One? Well, at that point, that would be very confusing because Japan is kind of the #1 contestant for dominance of the Pacific with the US. So if they join the Anglo-Japanese alliance, well, again, there's no need for a treaty system at that point, but they're all building against each other. So if they, well, mostly the Anglo-Japanese, to be honest, are building against the US, but if they join in an alliance, that suggests they've come up with some way to divvy up the Pacific between them. At which point it's kind of, well, see what I said about the Anglo-American theoretical alliance in the 20s, only now with the Japanese involved as well. Also, no Revenge-class battleships, but instead more Queen Elizabeths with small tube boilers. Well, that's very useful because, although annoyingly it means Warspite probably won't get the reputation that she does in World War II, because that moves the original Queen Elizabeths, although still 24.5-ish knot ships, that moves them to where the Revenge class occupy the space in World War II as the least useful capital ships, because if the Revenges are QEs with small tube boilers, well, they've got all of the size, etc., all the features of the QEs that are great anyway, except now they're doing 28 knots, which makes them far more useful. Clay Pigeon, World War II, but every admiral is a clone of Beatty. How much chaos ensues? Nothing gets done, because everything is a series of onshore parties, and then everyone charging around, fundamentally unable to hit anything, and things explode anyway. Oh, and also all aircraft carriers are just, the torpedoes on the aircraft carriers aren't for the planes, they're for the ships. Each ship kind of looks like the ship, the Kitakami writ large. So aircraft carriers are now massive torpedo boats. Admiral King and Captain Lee, who were their Royal Navy contemporaries? So for Admiral King, that would be Admiral Pound and then later Admiral Cunningham at the top of the tree. Admiral Lee, when he's graduating, so he's going in as sort of high-ranking sort of senior captain, and then lower-ranking admirals in 39-40. So you're probably looking at Lee. His contemporaries are probably someone like Vian. Vian might be slightly junior to him. Somerville might be slightly senior. So you're probably talking about people like Vian, Somerville, Power as his Royal Navy contemporaries. Tankax, what alternate history scenarios have the most exciting naval battles, preferably from 1700, 1800, 1890 to 1901 and the Dreadnought era? What alternate history scenarios have the most exciting naval battles? Okay. Okay, so I'll give you one from each era. Potential alternate history scenario for the Age of Sail. Napoleon's original plan for the Trafalgar campaign kind of works. So the Toulon squadron leaves Toulon. Nelson goes charging off to Alexandria. Toulon squadron goes, well, okay, fine, we're going out via the Straits of Gibraltar anyway, heads off to the West Indies. Nelson comes charging back afterwards, looking a bit shamefaced. The Roquefort squadron breaks out, also heads to the West Indies. French capital units in the West Indies concentrate on this combined fleet. Big storm blows up. The Channel fleet is blown back into harbour. The big French squadron at Brest sails out. The Spanish are persuaded to join. So the Toulon squadron picked up the Spanish force from Cadiz. The Roquefort squadron picked up the Spanish units from Ferrol. So you now have the entire Franco-Spanish fleet pretty much in the West Indies, which means you're talking about 60 to 70 ships of the line. And now they all combine and head towards the English Channel, at which point Nelson's going to get recalled back up with the Mediterranean fleet. The blockading forces now have nothing to blockade on the west coast of France, so they get called back. The Channel Fleet obviously is already there. Everything gets conglomerated. The Royal Navy probably then has about 60 odd ships of the line, and so you get kind of an Anglo-Dutch Wars scale battle, except with Napoleonic scale Age of Sail warships, where you have at that point 120, something between 120 and 140 ships of the line at the entrance of the English Channel for a final battle for the dominance of all Europe. That would be an absolutely epic confrontation, and theoretically could have happened. I mean, that kind of confrontation is going to massively favour Nelson-style tactics, because the amount of logistical work that would be needed into getting 70, 80 ship strong, if you're including frigates and such, lines of battle going, it's going to take forever and a day. So yeah, Nelson's idea of stuff it, charge and engage in a mass melee, that would probably work pretty well, but it would be an absolute bloodbath. Probably end up being multiple separate battles fought between almost squadrons the size of fleets all over the place. That would have been very exciting. For the ironclad era, I mean, it would have been kind of interesting to see what would have happened if the British had gotten really shirty about the Dogger Bank incident and actually attacked the 2nd Pacific Squadron on its way down past the Mediterranean Fleet. That would have been quite interesting, I think. And because, 1890 to 1901, that doesn't leave that many options open, unfortunately. Although I suppose the other very, not large but interesting, would have been if the Palaio, the Spanish pre-dreadnought, and its armoured cruiser escort had actually gone to the Philippines and then fought the slightly numerically superior but individually gun-wise inferior American squadron that had just won the Battle of Manila Bay. That would have been an incredibly interesting naval engagement. There's an alternate history. And then, of course, alternate history for the Dreadnought era is, of course, something like the German fleet, High Seas Fleet sails in 1918 and actually engages in a straight-up fight with the Grand Fleet, including the American 6th Battle Squadron. Ian Winter, if the G3s and N3s had been built, would they have been refitted with 5.25-inch dual-purpose guns to replace the 6-inch guns? If they'd been built, they probably wouldn't have been refitted at all, much as Nelson and Rodney weren't. But if they had been called in for modernisation, I think they probably would have got the 4.5s, the same that Renown, Queen Elizabeth and Valiant did, rather than the 5.25s. Ramal, can we talk about the US World War II replenishment groups that supported the Fast Carrier Task Force in the Pacific, permitting US carrier task forces to remain at sea or on station indefinitely? They weren't that good. They were good. They weren't that good. So the US replenishment groups, yes, they kept the Fast Carrier forces on the front lines for pretty much the last third of the Second World War, but you've got to remember there's a difference between on the front lines and physically on station at sea. I mean, ships went home with battle damage quite a lot, but carriers were not sent out at January 1944 and stayed on station launching airstrikes until August 1945. The US had these replenishment groups, but they also had forward bases, places like Ulithi, which I need to do a major video on at some point. Yeah, they're not Pearl Harbor, and they're a lot closer to the front lines, but they are fleet anchorages. This is where the replenishment groups are basing a lot of their storage, repair facilities, giant floating dry docks, this kind of thing. They're kind of a home away from home. And that's what enables the Fast Carrier Force as a whole, bearing in mind they are cycling ships back and forth to the continental United States for refit and repair, But as a whole, this is what enables the fleet to stay on station or in the vicinity on station on the front lines for years at a time. It's not that they're physically at sea constantly, but they're not having to go all the way back to home ports. Amnuk says, with regards to the age of sail battle, the Spanish and French fleet sailors would not be rusty. They might be a bit, but they wouldn't be as rusty as they were sitting in Cadiz for so long. Stafford Thompson, no, I don't eat on stream, so I will be afterwards to repair my voice, but Flying Dutchman, what is it with Devonport and building ships faster than everyone else? Some dockyards are just physically faster. It can be a mixture of things. It can be just experience, skilled crews, good workforce, good working conditions. Royal dockyards generally were faster than commercial dockyards because they had slightly less issues with industrial disputes and so forth. USS Grey Ghost, you've mentioned that the Russian pre-dread that repeatedly fought German dreadnoughts. Could you tell us more about those fights? Well, I actually did an Armchair Admirals just about that, Slava and its 2 fights with German dreadnoughts, although it did have some help in the second one. Was it the first one? I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to rehash that whole thing because I did like 2 hours of Armchair Admirals on it. I'm not going to rehash that here, but I will say Battle of Moon Sound and Operation Albion, that whole campaign. At some point I will have to turn that into a proper video. But yeah, basically this all stemmed out of the fact that, much like the Russian pre-dreadnoughts engaging Goeben in the Black Sea, the Russians had looked at the writing on the wall and gone, okay, yeah, we have the Ganguts under construction, but one, we don't have anywhere near as many Ganguts as the Germans have ships that could come into the Baltic, and 2, the Germans are going to have a lot of dreadnoughts before we have the Ganguts ready. So they did their level best to make changes, preparations and training for their pre-dreadnoughts to fight the German dreadnoughts in some way, shape or form. And as it turned out with Slava, that actually paid off relatively well. Deathshot 555, how much would you enjoy sitting with a nice glass of alcohol watching a Savetsky Soyuz breaking in half while being launched from a slipway? I mean, it'd be funny, but it would also mean I'm in the Soviet Union. So maybe if I'm watching it through the periscope of a British submarine offshore whilst this is happening, I would very much enjoy this. I definitely would not want to be in the Soviet Union in the late 1930s. Clay Pigeon, you just brought up the Channel Fleet annihilating the 2nd Pacific Squadron. How much of an effect does this have on history? Well, it's going to make getting Russia on board in World War I slightly more awkward, isn't it? I mean, the effect on the Russo-Japanese War is going to be pretty much the same as Battle of Tsushima. The Russians are unable to contest control of the Pacific, so the Japanese can move. In fact, it might even end quicker because, you don't have the intervening voyage. So the Japanese can move in on Russian holdings faster. But, I mean, it'll cement the Anglo-Japanese alliance significantly more. But at the same time, without Tsushima as a defining moment in its history, how does the Japanese Navy work moving forward? They'll probably continue down a roughly similar line, but you can't guarantee they're going to be going down exactly the same line as they would historically. But yeah, I think the biggest knock-on impacts will probably be World War One because, yeah, trying to get the Tsar on board at that point is going to be a little bit more difficult, or getting the Tsar's acquiescence for the British to sign up with the French and the Russians is going to be a bit more difficult. Plus, of course, the Royal Navy gets to add yet another battle where they destroyed a bunch of enemy ships to its roster, which are, I'll give the Royal Navy pre-dreadnought something to do other than be sort of bridging moments between some very interesting ironclads and some even more interesting dreadnoughts. Packet of Birdseed, when are we getting the video on the scrap iron flotilla? Well, considering it's now 2022, some point this year, I hope. I need to plot out the last few booked-in video slots for this year outside of the Patreon voted stuff for the Wednesday videos. There's a few left, but I do actually need to get that scheduled done, and also to maybe try and stick to it this time. Stridy's telling me to get a refill. That would involve me getting up, and also I've been doing this for almost 4 hours, so as and when my voice really starts to play up, I'm just going to wrap it up, because, well, it's nearly 11 o'clock and I haven't had dinner. Togfather, in the last chat someone mentioned B-25s off of flying off a carrier conversion of HMS Incomparable. How would a Doolittle raid from Incomparable go? It would be slightly less fraught than launching it off of Hornet. You might even be able to get the tail guns back on them. But, I mean, broadly it's going to go about the same. Speed, etc. wise, range. The considerations as to why they launched, where they launched, are still going to be the same. It's just going to be that the bombers themselves will... I suppose actually that's the thing. The bombers could either be better equipped defensively, although in hindsight they didn't really need that much, or with a longer runway they could still strip a lot of the defensive armament away but stick some extra fuel in, which might mean they actually make it to their destination airfields. So that could be a little bonus. Tankax, suppose that a submarine patrol stumbled upon the Kido battalion moving into attack range of Pearl Harbor. What would the US Navy's response? Their attack orders were, their orders were quite aggressive during that period, so they probably would move into attack. But I think there was a question like this right at the top of the stream, or near enough. Whether or not they go into attack rather is somewhat irrelevant, but it's more the fact that if they get the report back in telling the US Navy what's going on, then Pearl Harbor is at full alert when the Japanese show up, and then it ends a lot worse for the Japanese. Jeffrey Papiers asks, I was wondering, do you ever plan on doing a video on Wrangel's fleet and its evacuation of the White Russians from Crimea to Africa? Maybe. It's a little bit further down a very long list. But yes, if there's been some kind of significant major naval incident in the time period the channel covers, then sure, yes, I'll definitely cover it. Exactly when? Yeah, there's a very long list. A very, very long list. I mean, the list for Wednesday videos, I think, is like 8 or 9 years long at this point. I mean, I can still play around with it and juggle things back and forth as to what I want to cover, but it's a long list. Same as the list for 5-minute guides, to be honest. Redacted asks, what if Beatty was actually held responsible for Jutland? Basically, Beatty and Jellicoe switch fates. For example, it says this lesson CNO King's Anglophobia. Well, I mean, at that point, if Jellicoe's still in command of the Grand Fleet, it might do. I mean, King's still going to have a bit of a chip off of on his shoulder from the fact that at the beginning of World War I, the British were not quite, but almost blockading the US coast in almost but not quite defiance of the US Navy, including a destroyer that King was commanding. So he's still probably going to have a bit of a chip off his shoulder for that. And as I noted in the video I did on him, King, I mean, he's definitely a patriot, but he's the kind of the US Navy first. The country is somewhat further down that priority list, but second, and then everything else. So the simple fact that the Royal Navy was the single biggest competitor size-wise to the US Navy in the interwar period will probably still make him resent them to a certain degree, because he would prefer that the US Navy, and therefore with him at the top, is able to dictate what happens in the world, and the Royal Navy is obviously going to have objections to that. But yeah, not running into Beatty calling off a major fleet exercise in a fit of temper just because Sturdy outwitted him probably will give him a slightly more positive impression of the Royal Navy than he otherwise got. Captain Seafort, I've recently been reading Sumida and Brooks's works on the Argo Drea kerfuffle. Do you have any plans for videos comparing the various models of fire control computer? Long term, yes, but I want to get back in contact with with Tony Lovell and Simon Harley, the guys who run the Dreadnought Project website, because they have a vast array of information and a lot of really nice pictures and graphics for fire control computers. So, you know, they've done a lot of work digging up stuff out of the archives to talk about that. So I'd want to get in contact with them and say, well, look, you've done all this research. Can I please use it? And also, would you like to come and talk about it? Because, you know, there's a lot of stuff there. And between that and, as you say, Sumida and Brooks's works and a few others, that's really what you need to be able to tell the story properly. So yeah, I definitely will at some point. It's just a matter of when. Steve Conrad, why do people not seem to care about the CVL or CVE, and how about the Mac and Cam ships? The merchant convoys that were escorted by them very definitely cared about them. The problem is that the escort carriers and the Mac and Cam ships, they never, at least on the convoy routes, which is where they were most commonly found, they never did anything particularly spectacular. They did a lot of vital work, but it usually didn't involve anything particularly massive and impressive going on. Where you get them occasionally showing up, things like the Battle of Samar, people are like, oh, that was interesting, even if, to be fair, most of what Tariff E3's light carriers were doing was running the heck away, whilst occasionally launching aircraft. Of course, you have Taffy 1 and 2 sending in aircraft as well. People sometimes tend to forget that. And then, of course, you've got escort carriers present for things like Operation Paravane, various operations against Tirpitz, escort carriers present at Operation Torch. So yeah, there's escort carriers in a lot of places, but because they're not as big or as glamorous or launching as many aircraft as the fleet carriers, and to be honest, the fleet carriers being fewer of them are also somewhat easier to remember, I think that's why people tend to forget them. Yeah, Captain, if I've read your question correctly, in the HMS Hood video about why it exploded, what did I mean by a Jutland mess up? Basically what we're saying is that Hood did not explode for the same reason that people attribute the explosions of the battle cruisers at Jutland. So the Jutland battle cruiser explosions generally obviously put down to poor ammunition handling procedures, whatever particular flavour people want to interpret off of that. But sometimes people conflate that with the loss of Hood, and they, for whatever reason, without any basis, will assert that Hood was lost for the same reason. Magazine doors open, cordite dust everywhere, etc. You know, charges in the turrets and so forth. That's not true. So when I say it's not a Jutland mess up, i.e. Hood wasn't lost for the same reason as the battlecruisers at Jutland were lost. Kevin Schultz, are there going to be more videos about naval logistics and maybe even logistic strategy? Is there a doctrine for oil tankers and when to refuel? Quite possibly. I mean, the thing is, I've done, as you know, a couple of overall naval logistical videos, so it's kind of, if I wanted to go further in, I'd have to drill down into specific elements. And the thing is, once you're looking at specific elements, then you can look at specific places, so I can do a little bit more on-site work, hopefully. So, for example, as some of you who follow Tom Scott's channel might know, there are some pretty big World War II era naval oil tanks still around that you can go down and look into. So if I was going to talk about, you know, the logistics of fuel oil being made, transported, stored, and sent out on tankers, refueling, etc., that'd be the kind of place to set part of the video. Grey Ghost, I'm not going to do a video on all the awards Enterprise CV6 got, but I am going to do an extended video, Wednesday video, on Enterprise herself at some point. We're going to play Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Yeah, I've been playing Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Deathshot 555. Will there be more recovery videos, such as your Pearl Harbor series, such as a one for recovery of Warrior? Well, actually, you say that one specifically. I will be doing an extended video on HMS Warrior at some point in the first half of this year, and that will cover in extensive detail her long stint out in Pembroke and then her recovery. So yes, that will be covered in detail. At some point I also want to do a similar one for the SS Great Britain as well. Whiskey Delta Golf. Why were the US allowed to refit British warships as a neutral country? Shouldn't have they forced them to leave after 24 hours like Graf Spee and Montevideo? Yeah. Kind of. As I say, I mean, theoretically, as a neutral country, the US, technically by the letter of the law, shouldn't be selling offensive war materials or anything, so to the belligerent parties. But by that point in time, the US had kind of gone into this, as I said, with the cash and carry system, they'd kind of gone into this, we will technically be an active participant in as much as we will sell you things, including munitions and refits of warships and so on and so forth, as long as you can pay for them in cash up front. But we're saying it's neutral because we're applying that to everybody. The fact that only the US, only the UK and France can actually get to us is not our problem. But they were taking the principle of international neutrality and making several pretzels out of it. Togfather, Ultimate Dreadnoughts, the AI comes up with some insane designs. Yes, they do. And it is glorious. It is absolutely glorious. But to be honest, as a shipbuilding simulator, you've got Ship Bucket, not Ship Bucket, sorry. Now I've confused myself. Now I've completely confused myself. Spring Sharp, that's it. So you've got Spring Sharp, kind of the old school text box ship design program. But as you may have seen from some of the live streams I did quite a while ago, where I tried to design historical ships to their correct specifications as far as you can in Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts is actually, as long as you're being somewhat sane, it actually allows you to generate relatively accurate warships. So, I mean, I'm not going to say if you can build it in Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, you could build it in real life, but pretty close too. It's actually, for a game, it's very good at being able to come up with realistic ships and, being able to come up with reproducing historical designs pretty much to spec. Thank you very much, Ace Moonshot. Sherman 117. If the G3s were made into carriers and the British sent one as USS Robin, how would she do against Japan? Well, same as HMS Victorious, kind of just cruised around, trained with Saratoga, and left again. Because the US might have been down to one operational carrier, but the Japanese weren't too far behind, and everyone was kind of eyeing each other, hoping that no one made any sudden moves. And it turned out they didn't. But I mean, if a G3 conversion carrier went up against the Japanese in some kind of battle, I mean, she'd have a lot more aircraft capacity than USS Robin, although without the armoured flight deck, she wouldn't have as much durability as Victorious, aka USS Robin, would do. So, swings and roundabouts on that one. The interesting thing is, of course, any British carrier that in 1942-43 that's going up against the Japanese has full night fighting capability. So if you had that, you probably have a defensive battle being fought by Saratoga and combat air patrol fighters from whatever version of Robin is out there during the day, followed up by Robin's strike aircraft going in for the kill at night, which the Japanese don't really have much of a response to. Thank you very much, Whiskey Delta Golf. We have hit just over 4 hours, and you can probably hear my throat is probably on its last leg, so I'm going to answer, let's say, 5 questions, and then I'm going to call it. Miles McCaskill, did anyone consider making the barbette and magazine a removable one-piece bucket that could be craned out to allow for quickish access to machinery inside the Citadel? Not really, because that's an awful lot of weight. Though it's a lot of weight and it's very delicate. You've got, because I mean the turret sits on the barbette, so the barbette ring has to be just right. It's got a lot of bearings on it usually. A lot of ships have clips to hold the turrets in, so the turrets don't fall off when the thing rolls over. Although that's not universal. So yeah, I mean, and they're built up in sections, so you're not going to be able to quickly crane it out. Because it would come off in sections, and it would be quite a delicate work to do. And ultimately, if you removed the entire barbette and magazine, your ship's kind of going to do that because of the weight involved. It might work on, say, a light cruiser or a destroyer, maybe, but then destroyers don't tend to have barbettes anyway. So maybe you could work the situation on a small ship, but not on a major capital ship. There's just too much weight, and you wouldn't find a crane that was able to lift that much anyway. Jeffrey Papiers asks, I once read an alternate timeline when in 1942 the Allies hold Java, Singapore and Wake. In the process, Ise, Hyuga, Haguro, Soryu, Ramillies, New York, Astoria and Richmond are all added to historic losses. How does the naval war change after this? To be honest, looking at most of those ships, it's not a huge change to the overall outcome of the war. The one that's going to hurt the one that's going to hurt the most out of all of those is Soryu, because it's a carrier. The Japanese aren't going to like losing that. But, I mean, you look at Issei and Hyuga, what did they do during the war? Sat around, did not a lot, got converted into very questionable battle carriers that were then used as giant cargo ships, and almost got killed by Admiral Lee. There's not a huge change in the naval war with them. Haguro, cruiser, ambushed by destroyers, sunk later on. Yeah. Take it, leave it. I mean, yeah, the Japanese aren't going to appreciate losing yet another cruiser, but not a massive thing in the grand scheme of things. Ramillies, okay, the British are down a 15-inch battleship for, second line duty in the Mediterranean and convoy escort work. Again, not the world's biggest problem. New York spent most of its time doing shore bombardment and convoy escort. Again, not a huge problem. Astoria was going to get sunk anyway in 42, so okay, well, she's probably not there for Savo Island because she's been sunk earlier, but it gets sunk anyway. Not a huge knock-on impact. USS Richmond, I think it's an Omaha class, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it was. Hey, I'm not going insane. I mean, again, the Omaha's were second line ships for most of the war. Her being lost, I mean, it does break the Omaha's streak of being, you know, the one big US cruiser class that didn't take any losses. But again, most of the, apart from Sorry, it doesn't really change all that much. I think, unfortunately. Shalafi 4. Washington Naval Treaty signatories are possessed by Fisher, and battleships are now at minimum 65,000 tons. But become drunk on Elbodian mud wine, and their guns are kept at 12 inches. What happens? A lot of very confused people. I mean, a 65,000 ton with battleship that can only be armed with 12-inch guns is going to put Agincourt to shame. I think someone will probably resurrect Fisher's idea for the triple super firing stack dreadnought. Maybe swap in the twin turrets for either triples or quads, and then just go with that. So what would that be? 12, 15, 18 12-inch guns? Or if they go for quads, that will be 1632, no, 4, 8, 16, 24 guns, something like that. Just be turret farms at that point for a minimum 65,000 ton ship with 12-inch guns, and probably completely immune to 12-inch gunfire as well, which, oh, it's going to be the age of ramming Mark III again, isn't it? Redacted us. What if the Japanese showed up on December the 4th only to find the US fleet completely gone out on gunnery training? Probably send scouts out to find where they've gone and attack them there, to be honest. Which is not good. Okay. 2 more questions and then I think I'm done. Knight 6831, could Hood's World War One vintage torpedoes have hurt Bismarck if Hood had gotten a torpedo strike on Bismarck? Yeah, they're big enough, they're mean enough, they've got enough explosive power. I mean, obviously it depends where it hits Bismarck. If it hits it, you know, dead center right on the torpedo defenses, it'll do a bit of flooding, and that's not and not too much else. But you know, if it hits aft or forward, they can still do a significant amount of damage. I mean, it would have been absolutely hilarious if the tracks that Prince Eugen heard were indeed the torpedoes, and they go motoring in. You know, Bismarck blows up Hood, and then 5, 10, 15 minutes later, along comes one of Hood's torpedoes, blows off Bismarck's stern, because Hood's torpedoes are a bit more powerful than aerial torpedoes, and German sterns have a habit of collapsing when hit by heavyweight torpedoes. And Bismarck's just left there without a functioning stern in the middle of the Atlantic, wondering how that happened. Alan Kate. Okay, we'll wrap up with this one then. Alan Cates asks, how much research do you place? I'm guessing how much research do you do for an episode? It depends entirely on the episode. If it's a 5-minute, I think I've explained this before a few times. If it's a 5-minute guide to a relatively well-known ship that I know most of the specs of, I can usually write a good chunk of that from memory. And then I'll be using some basic references, like Conway's All the World's Warships or something, just to check, or things like the exact shaft horsepower levels or something. Because, you know, if it's a well-known ship, you can, and you've done naval research for a long period of time, you can easily fill 5 minutes, about 1,000 words about that ship with relatively minimal effort. So you just you double check what you've written, obviously, but there's not a massive amount of in-depth research that you need for that. But at the same time, if you're doing a 5-minute guide for a ship that perhaps you knew existed but have never really looked into in any particular way, like say one of the Austro-Hungarian armoured cruisers, then although the video is about the same length, it becomes a lot more difficult because, one, you've got to find a source that talks about Austro-Hungarian armoured cruisers, and there ain't that many of them, at least in English. And then once you've found them, hopefully you've got them. In my case, I did actually buy a bunch of Austro-Hungarian English language books, so I do have, I think, most of the books that have actually been published in English about the Austro-Hungarian World War I Navy. So I'd go into those, cross-reference, cross-check between them. But, for a 5-minute guide, that might be enough. Or if I don't have the relevant books, I have to order them. If I can get them in Kindle form, great. Then I can immediately start reading them. If I don't, then I have to obviously go off and wait for them to get delivered from whatever bookshop I'm buying them from. And if it's a really obscure ship where perhaps no one's written anything substantial about them at all, even for a 5-minute guide, then you have to start looking up archive documents. And, that can extend into waiting for weeks to get an appointment, hours perusing archive catalogues to find out if archives even have any information on them. Occasionally, if it's a ship where the archive, it's a relatively unknown foreign ship, so the National Archives in the UK won't have much on them. So at that point, it's a case of, do I know somebody who speaks the language of that particular country? Can I reach out to them? Do they have time? Are they able to find data in their language and then translate it? So, the process of writing a 5-minute guide could be half an hour with a bit of fact-checking, or it could be spaced out over 6 months and maybe represent 2 to 3 weeks of work, if you like, in terms of full work weeks, but spaced out over all that time, just to produce 1,000 words on a particular ship. And the Wednesday videos, again, can, to a certain degree, all be all over the place at that point. You can have Wednesday videos, again, where, apart from a bit of basic fact-checking, I'm pretty confident I can go straight off and record the video. And there are others that, for archive research and pulling facts together, might be months and months or even years in the making. I spent a lot. As you know, like the carrier development and destroyer development videos for the World War II period, and like the interwar videos for both of those were done 2 or 3 years ago. I'm still not happy with or complete on the scripts for the World War II stuff. The Ironclad development video for ages, that was going to be Warrior to Dreadnought, and as you know, like, we've done 2 videos already, both of which are fairly long, and we haven't even gotten out of the 1870s for the Royal Navy yet, let alone all the stuff the French were doing, all the stuff the Italians were doing, all the stuff all the other European powers were doing, all the stuff that the Japanese were doing, all the stuff that the Americans were doing in the American Civil War. Like, we haven't covered any of that. It's going to stretch out over who knows how long. So yeah, research for any given subject can be all over the place, depending on exactly what the subject is, how much expertise do I already have in it, how easy is it to find access to archive material, and then once you've got it, is it also worth putting out there? Because I've thought at various points about doing a video on the material properties of naval armor. So I've done a video on the development of naval armor, but with my engineering background and a bit more research, maybe revisiting my old university, I could do an hour and a half on why exactly and how you can take a lump of steel and turn it into crop face hardened steel, and what temperatures you need to get it to, how you quench it, what the crystalline structure is going to turn into, what forms of steel you're going to get, like martensite crystal formation and stuff like that. I could spend hours talking about that stuff. I'm not entirely sure that any significant number of people want to listen to me talk about that stuff for ages, especially because on stuff like that, that's where I will go off on tangents a lot. It's like, oh, right, yeah, we're talking about martensite crystal formation. Well, while we're on this subject, let's look at crystal formation in general. And now let's look at shear lines within crystals, and why having small crystals and large crystals and crystal lattices and matrices and all of this stuff. I'll just be like, oh yes, this is all very interesting, and then I'll look up 3 hours later and go, where did everybody go? Anyway, with that said, I'm going to sign off at this point, because it's now been 4 hours and 20 minutes. It's 11:20. I need to eat. I definitely need to drink. Thank you very much, everybody, for showing up on the first day of 2022. And let's hope that the rest of the year goes relatively well. I'm waiting for my ESTA visa applications to be approved from the US. And hopefully by the end of the month, I'll have a lot more exciting news to share about the US trip. So see you at some point, whenever that is, and see a bunch of you hopefully in the States at some point as well. See you later.